Members, we're live. Just 1 second. Okay. Good morning. My name is Councillor Gord Perks. I'm the chair of the Toronto East York Community Council. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 21 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held with members of council participating both in person and by video conference. City staff are also connected to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. The clerk's IT staff will also be available to assist members with their devices. I would like to remind staff who are participating in the meeting to keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. For those members who are joining us remotely, please keep your microphones muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their microphone if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video if applicable and raise their hands to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at teycc@toronto.ca to help with any motions you may have. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, welcome. I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record the attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Members, can I begin by asking if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to declare an interest on item number TE 21.51, reopen of item TE 20.57, 1327, 1333 Queen Street East permit parking realignment. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on this file, and I've submitted the conflict of interest forms to clerks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bradford. Are there any others? Seeing none, I need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting of November 10th. Councillor Bradford, all those in favour, show of hands. Opposed, if any, that carries. Okay, so members, today we have to begin with a bit of an unusual step because we are at the midpoint of the council term. So we need to elect a chair and a vice chair for the second half. In order to do that, the first step is I need a motion to introduce items TE 21.58, the election of chair for the 21 through 22 half of the term, and TE 21.59, election of vice chair for the 21-22 half of the term. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Bradford, all those in favour, opposed, carried. At this point, I will turn the meeting over to Ellen Devlin, our clerk, to conduct the election.
Good morning. TE 21.58, election of chair for 2021 to 2022 Toronto and East York Community Council. Members, are there any nominations for chair?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Councillor Perks, please. He's done such a great job.
Councillor Fletcher has nominated Councillor Perks. I am calling for nominations again. Are there any further nominations for chair? I'm calling for nominations a second time. Are there any further nominations for chair? I'm calling for nominations a third and final time. Are there any further nominations for chair? Hearing no further nominations, I declare that the nominations are now closed. As Councillor Perks is the only nominee, he is declared chair of the Community Council.
Thank you. I noticed at that time nobody asked if I was willing to stand. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, now we have to ask that.
Okay. So, okay, moving along to item. See, this is why you shouldn't have done that. Okay, moving along to item TE 21.59, the election of vice chair. Members, are there any nominations for vice chair?
Councillor, I'd like to nominate Councillor Fletcher for reappointment.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cressy has nominated Councillor Fletcher. I am calling for any further nominations. Are there any further nominations for vice chair?
1 minute.
I'm calling for nominations a second time. Are there any further nominations for vice chair? I am calling for nominations a third time. Are there any further nominations for vice chair? Councillor Fletcher, will you stand?
Yes, you're asking this time. Yes, I will. Thank
Very
you.
good. Okay. Hearing no further nominations, I declare the nominations are now closed. As Councillor Fletcher is the only nominee, she is declared the vice chair of Toronto Community Council. Congratulations, Councillor Fletcher. Looking forward to working with you for another half term. Okay, members, off we are to the races. We currently have 52 items, although I understand there are some items that will be added to the agenda or we're considering adding to the agenda later on. We'll begin our agenda review with item TE 21.28, which is the appointments to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. Can I have a motion to approve that item? It affects wards 4, 9, 10, and 11. Councillor Cressy, all those in favour, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 21.29, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes for 70 Rose Hill Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I move the recommendation.
All those in favour, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 21.30, 481 University Avenue, 210 Dundas Street West, 70 Centre Avenue, and 137 Edward Street, Public Art Plan. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the recommendations in the report.
All those in favour, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 21.31, 114 through 120 Church Street and 59 Richmond Street East, Public Art Plan. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favour, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 21.32, 361 Davenport Road, Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application, Preliminary Report. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion to
I've been promoted.
expand the notification area. Sorry, Mr. Chair. You haven't been. To expand the notification area to 240 meters.
Okay. Members, I'll take that motion in a minute, but if I could just, as a reminder, if you have motions, could you please send them to clerks in advance? We don't have this, but it's simple enough, so we'll just take it as read. So with Councillor Layton's amendment on the item, all those in favour, opposed, carried.
My apologies to clerks on that one. I'll make sure my staff send it directly to you.
I'm mentally shaking my finger at you. Just a second, it's warm in here. Item TE 21.33, 390 to 440 Dufferin Street, categorization as Class 4 noise area pursuant to NPC 300. Councillor Bailao.
Morning. Move staff recommendations.
Okay, on the motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 21.34, Honda Indy Race 21 through 23, temporary street closures. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 21.35, pedestrian bridge connecting 375 to 381 Queen Street West to 134 Peter Street and 364 Richmond Street West above Jack Cooper Lane. Councillor Cressy.
I will move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 21.36, pedestrian cycling bridge on Strawn Avenue, 11 through 25 Ordnance Street. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 21.37, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, November 2020 delegated. This affects myself, Councillor Layton, Councillor Fletcher. Can I have a motion? Councillor Layton. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 21.38, construction staging area, 2442 through 2454 Bloor Street West and 1 through 9 Riverview Gardens, Phase 1 and 2. I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Item TE 21.39, construction staging area, 99 Blue Jay Way, Mercers Street. Councillor Cressy.
Move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 21.40, construction staging area, public laneway, 524 Oakwood Avenue. Councillor Matlock.
I move the recommendation along with an amendment that you should have in front of you. Thanks.
Okay, good. Councillor, we can take them all together. All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 21.41, construction staging area time extension, 547 through 555 College Street, Phase 2. Councillor Layton.
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 21.42, parking amendments, Booth Avenue. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher. 21.42, parking amendments, Booth Avenue.
Yes, I'm sorry, just repeat that again, is it?
Item
I'm sorry.
21.42, parking amendments,
Yes,
Booth
I'm
Avenue.
approving those amendments, please.
Okay.
It's a long time stopping area that hasn't had a childcare for many years.
Okay then. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Item TE 21.43, parking amendments, Eastern Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'll move these. Toronto Water staff have asked for this because they can't get their trucks to build the new Coxwell trunk sewer with all the cars parked there. I'll
Okay.
move that.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 21.44, extension of permit parking hours, Victor Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'll move that. The residents have said they would like that.
Very good. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 21.45, traffic.
Hi, Kim. There we go. How are you doing today?
Great.
I'm good, thanks.
Except you're on
I'm sorry to ask you this, but would you...
Just a minute. Sorry. What's happening here?
Thomas
Somebody-
Rees
one of our
was
staff
speaking.
Kind of burst in there. It's okay. He's turned his mic off now. It's okay. We're good.
Okay. I was worried we're being
Wasn't me.
invaded or something.
I did not
Okay.
get my voice lowered to that degree.
Item TE 21.45, traffic calming speed humps, Gillard Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Move the recommendation to install.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 21.46, traffic calming Bain Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Motion to install.
Okay, members, you have in front of you waiving the polling and installing. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.47, traffic calming First Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Move to install.
Okay, members, you have the motion. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 21.48, traffic calming Marjorie Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Move to install, please. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. And if I may note, it seems we have a new monarch of speed humps. It is no longer former Councillor Mihevik, it's now Councillor Fletcher. Congratulations on wearing the crown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Item TE 21.49, appointment to the Board of Management of the Ralph Thornton Community Centre. Councillor Fletcher.
I will move these new members and welcome them to this fantastic AOC, Ralph Thornton Centre.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Welcome and congratulations and thanks to all the people who stepped forward to serve. Item TE 21.50, appointment to the Scaddingcourt Community Centre Board of Management. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And again, welcome, congratulations, and thanks to the individuals who stepped forward to offer their service to this fine institution. Item TE 21.51. Councillor Bradford, if you could turn off your video and disconnect your thinking from the meeting temporarily, and don't try to send me any influence by any other means. Okay. First, I need a motion to reopen item TE 20.57, 1327.
5-1.
It's incorrectly listed.
Oh, you know what? You're right. They're wrong. Your item is 51. Opening 20.57.
Actually, Councillor Fletcher, this is a rare instance where the clerk and I both agree that we're right and you're wrong. What I read out loud was reopening TE 20.57.
Oh, I get it.
Yep. 1327 through 1333 Queen Street East permit parking realignment. Okay, motion
Yes, and
to
I'd like to move, I would like to,
reopen.
there was a mistake. Thank you, I'd made a mistake in the
I need to
addresses, so I'm moving to reopen TE 20.57, Mr. Chair.
Okay, on the motion to reopen, all those in favor, opposed if any, that carried. Councillor Fletcher, the floor is yours.
And then I'd like to move the recommendation in TE 21.51, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Which is to support the realignment.
Okay,
Add
members.
that address.
Members, because this is an item where one of the members has declared an interest, I'm going to need a recorded vote. If you could all raise your hands if you're in favor. I have Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Perks, Councillor Layton, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, are you in favor? And Councillor Wong-Tam. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So we've disposed of that. Councillor Bradford, you can rejoin the meeting now. Is Councillor Bradford back with us?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, very good. There we are. Item TE 21.52, inclusion on the on the city of yes. Okay. Okay. Members, on item TE 21.52, it's a heritage item, and we generally group all the heritage items together. So I'm going to hold this in my name so we consider it at the same time as we consider all the other heritage items. Okay, members. Yeah. I need a motion to introduce new business. The items are 53 through 56, and then 59 through 65.
No, sorry, it's
That's correct. That's correct. 53 is 56.
What,
no, the
Oh.
no,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, it's 53, 57, and then 60 to.
So you may have made a mistake in electing me chair. I need a motion to introduce items 53 through 57 and items 60 through 65.
so moved.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. All right, I'll leave those for a moment. We are well past, oh, sorry, we're not at 10 o'clock yet, are we? 10 after 10. It's these, I got new reading glasses, guys, and I can't see a damn thing. Okay. All right. Why don't we go to our 10 o'clock timed items? Okay. I'll begin with item TE 21.1, City-initiated official plan amendment, Lower Don flood protection, final report. This affects the wards represented by Councillors Cressy, Fletcher, and Wong-Tam. I have no deputants listed on the item. Would any of you like to take? Councillor Cressy.
I'm happy to move the staff recommendation.
Okay. Any other comments or questions of staff or anything like that? No, seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 21.2, City-initiated official plan amendment, Central Waterfront Secondary Plan, Schedule A, proposed rights-of-way, final report. Again, 3 wards here are impacted, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Wong-Tam. Does any of you want to lead on this item? Councillor Cressy, I saw your hand.
Gardner, I'll move it.
Oh, Councillor Fletcher has moved it. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, on the next item, TE 21.3, 466 through 468 Dover Court Road, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application, final report. We have a number of deputants. The first deputant is Jennifer Bell. Jennifer, are you with us?
I'm here, yes.
Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer, and welcome. Sorry, pardon me? Okay, Jennifer, we're just going to mute you for a moment while we try to clean up some stuff here.
Hi, Jennifer Bethel. We are going to be unmuting your mic. Please make sure you are in a quiet space. Thank you.
Jennifer, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, excellent. Should I go ahead?
Before you begin, can you just say...
Sorry, Jennifer, we're having a technical issue. Just bear with us, please.
Hi, Jennifer. I've unmuted your mic again. Can you say a few words, please?
I can hear you.
Jennifer, we're having tremendous trouble. We're having tremendous trouble hearing you, Jennifer. What I'm going to suggest, if it's okay with the clerk's staff, is that we move you down later in the list and attempt to resolve your issues as we go. Okay? So bear with us. Someone from clerks will be working with you to try to resolve your issue. Next, I have Jennifer Whalen. Jennifer, are you with us? Jennifer Whalen? Jennifer Whalen.
Hi, Jennifer. I see that you're there and you are muting and unmuting yourself. Let us unmute you and then you can begin to speak. You are now unmuted.
Jennifer Whalen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great, fantastic.
Welcome, Jennifer. So we're going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I live at 470 Dover Court, so I am right next to the proposed development, and I have a few concerns. My first one is the setback. Right now, the building that exists is the Matador, and the condo proposal wants to keep the same property line. So as it stands right now, to give you an idea of how close this is, I can put one hand on the wall of the Matador and one hand on the wall of our building with my arms outstretched. It's that close. So the Matador is only 2 stories high, which is, okay, but what they're proposing is 5 stories, which is going to have some devastating impacts on our privacy and on the light in our apartment. First, the light. I've been home with this pandemic since March, and so I've been doing my own shade study. My main form of entertainment is watching the light move through the apartment. And with 5 stories, it's no exaggeration to say we will have no light in our apartment. It will be particularly devastating from September to March. Right now, we get a bit of the sunset light at the end of the day, but this building is so high and so long, we won't get any of that. It's devastating not only to our apartment, but to our neighbors to the north of us. The shade is quite dramatic. And, during this pandemic time, I've spent a lot of time looking at our yards, and these are beautiful, mature yards with lovely gardens that will die. All of the neighbors use these yards, and it will impact our quality of life. My second huge concern is privacy. We're so close to this building, and all of our windows to the south, of which there are 7, face this building. So we're in a situation where nudity will not be possible in our own home. I don't know if anyone's an Arrested Development fan, but we will be never nudes. Our deck, which faces south and west, is going to be on display to the top 3 floors of this building. We will have no privacy and no reasonable enjoyment of our own only outdoor space. My other concern about this is just the general scale of the building. At 5 stories, it towers over everything else in the neighborhood. The developers have, in their plans, shown that they are anticipating that the buildings along College, which are retail and 2 stories, will eventually be replaced by something that is closer in scale to the building that they are proposing. In my daily walks that I've been doing during this pandemic, I've considered this building from all angles, and from Lansdowne to Spadina, I see at the moment no evidence of that kind of development happening now or anytime soon. So we'll be left with a building that sticks out like a sore thumb for, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say maybe 20 years. This is way ahead of the development in the rest of the city. So I would urge you to consider all of these things. This is a lovely neighborhood. This is going to impact our quality of life. And I'm actually quite scared if this goes ahead about the construction phase of this. I don't know where trucks are going to go. There's no place for them to park. There's College right now that's, it's a lineup of cement trucks all day long. So where do those go? Dovercourt? There's no real room for them. College? That doesn't seem to work. The alley? It's not big enough. So I would just urge you to consider this building is too loud, too large, too loud, and too close for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any questions for Jennifer? I don't see any. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. We'll now go back and work to see if we can get Jennifer
back. If I could, just before you go on to the next.
Yes.
I have just realized, my apologies, that I must declare a conflict on this item as my sibling lives in the immediate vicinity, and I had neglected to note that this item was on the agenda beforehand. So I will have the paperwork submitted, but I'm afraid I must excuse myself from this item. Okay,
thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. We'll let you know when we're finished with it. Bye-bye. Okay, I understand we now have Jennifer Bell with us. Jennifer, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear, finally. Thank you for being patient with us.
Excellent.
Okay, Jennifer.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, I submitted a letter that I think was meant to be circulated and posted as I spoke, but I'll start nevertheless. So thank you for having us. We own the house at 470 Dover Court, and we've owned it since 2008, and that's where our Jennifer Whalen lives. We love the house and the neighborhood so much that when we had kids and needed more space, we bought the house next door, literally, 472 Dover Court. So our property shares about 60 meters with the proposed site. Their entire north line is our entire south line. We're concerned about the impact this building will have for our neighborhood in terms of shade and privacy, but also the overall scale of the building. I'm going to keep my comments to 3 main points that just question how this proposal meets the city's own guidelines and standards. So number 1, as of right. The as of right for the building is 16 meters height and 3 meters setback, and what they're proposing is 21 meters height and 0 setback. So the report from the city that characterizes this difference as minor, I can tell you that's not the view from next door. Number 2 is zoning. Toronto has not zoned this site for a mid-rise because it is a neighborhood. The city guidelines are clear on this point. This site does not qualify for this mid-rise proposal. What you have here is a mid-rise jammed into a low-rise site, and this is actually going to create a really worrying precedent for the rest of Dovercourt Road, which is zoned as a neighborhood. What's stopping us from doing this next? Number 3, the mid-rise guidelines. Even if this site did qualify for a mid-rise, the city's own mid-rise guidelines will show you this proposal does not meet your guidelines in terms of transition to the neighborhood. There's no setback, there's no angular plane, and even city planning will need to acknowledge this publicly, the fact that the guidelines haven't been followed. Finally, I'd just like to say that we've tried to engage in this process. We met with the city, we met with the developers, we met with the councillor, we've attended the public consultation, we've written letters. We'd like something to happen on this site, but what we're doing is working to make sure it's something that works with the neighborhood. So we're just asking you at this point to please send this proposal back for more work with the city staff, more work with the neighborhood. And if this proposal is approved in the current form, we will certainly appeal this decision. I have 2 minutes left. I'm just going to pass it over to my husband now, who's going to speak.
Hi, can I ask that the document that we sent was meant to be shown while we were speaking,
Hello,
as
sir.
I understand.
Hello, sir.
Can I ask
hello,
that document
hello.
please
Just a
be
second,
posted?
please. Hello.
Yeah.
Could you please tell me who you are?
Oh, sorry, David Evans.
Hi, David. We don't have the capacity to post your document while you're speaking for the video that's being made. I'm very sorry. All the members of the committee have been sent your correspondence, though.
Okay, so as you'll see in the correspondence, the document provides 2 images from the perspectives of the mid-rise guidelines. And in both of those images, we've overlaid the what would be the proposed site for the Matador. You can see that there's no application or no expectation, it appears, from the developer to adhere to the guidelines as laid out by the city. So again, as my wife mentioned, even if this is let's say proposed in the context of a mid-rise, we understand that there would be an expectation that they would have to adhere to the guidelines put forth by the city. We're disappointed that the report from the city, while it has a reference to this mid-rise guidelines, makes no effort to enforce the guidelines as they're described. The building as set back from College and expected to transition into the neighborhood up Dovercourt Road is set back, beyond a depth that you would typically expect for such a building according to those guidelines. And only at that time is it at 6 stories, which, as we understand, is the expectation of a site on College. And from that 6 to 7 stories, you would have an angular plane down to the neighborhood. The fact that this goes straight up with 0 meter setback immediately next to the neighborhood is just unacceptable. And we ask that the city please put this back for review. And again, we are happy to work with the city and work with the developer for something that fits. This proposal does not fit as presented right now, and as we stated, our intention would be to appeal if it's approved in this form.
Thank you very much, David. That concludes your time. Are there any questions for either Jennifer or David? No? Seeing none? Thank you both so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, we have Rob Bauman. Rob? Pardon me? Okay, I understand Rob is not with us. Louis Tinker. Louis Tinker?
Good morning, Chair and members of Council. Louis Tinker here.
Hi, Louis. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I'm Louis Tinker, planner from Bouncefields Inc., and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the applicant. I'm here to ask that Community Council adopt the recommendations set out in the City Planning Report that is before you today. I'd like to thank Planning and Urban Design staff in working through a number of important built form changes to the proposal. These were particularly to address the transition of the proposal to the surrounding neighborhood. We have met with the abutting neighbor and did engage in public consultation event that received feedback from the wider community. As a result of that input, we have made changes to the proposal, including reductions in the overall building height, increased setbacks at the upper floors, and the very careful and strategically placed use of screens and terraces to limit impacts with respect to overlook on abutting properties. Heritage planning staff have evaluated the attributes of the existing building and have determined that although it does have some associative heritage value with respect to its previous use as the Matador Ballroom, it does not qualify for designation as a heritage property under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act or listing on the Heritage Register. However, the applicant has worked with Heritage Preservation Services to develop various components of a heritage commemoration plan that will be secured during the site plan approval process. These various components are outlined in the final staff report. With the assistance of Councillor Bailao and Economic Development and Culture staff, we are also hopeful that this project will qualify for the city's IMIT incentive program so that we can find accommodation and support music-related uses in the new building going forward. So with that, I just want to say thank you again, and I hope that you will adopt the recommendations before you, and I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Louis? I don't see any. Louis, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, Parisa Aram. Parisa?
Hello, Parisa. You've been granted audio. Please connect your mic.
Yes? Okay, I understand there's an issue with Parisa, but that Rob Bowman is now with us. Rob?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. Rob, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'm a Grammy Award-winning professor of music at York University. Last year, I published a book that I co-wrote called The Flyer Vault, 150 Years of Toronto Concert History, 1850 to 2000, that chronicled an amazing number of venues and activities in the city for 150 years. I really think that the actual Matador Ballroom needs to be preserved. If there's going to be any development, the full ballroom needs to be preserved at the bottom of it. I actually agree with several of the people in the community who suggested this development is out of line with the neighborhood, but I really want to speak to preserving the ballroom. I feel that the Heritage Toronto report had a number of omissions. It does not stress at all the importance of this ballroom to World War I soldiers, which is what it was originally used for when it was built as the Davis Assembly Hall. It was extraordinarily important to our history at that particular moment in time. It's also got a number of features that weren't addressed. It's got a maple sprung floor. I don't know how many people listening in here understand the sprung floor concept. They're extremely rare. The Palais Royal in Toronto, I believe, is the only other building with a sprung floor. They're incredible aspects of early teens and 1920s buildings. You find them in various places in the States as well. It's rare. It will never be built again like this anywhere else in the city. The room also has extraordinary sound quality. That was not spoken about at all in the Heritage Toronto report. And I think that needs to be taken into account. Our mayor refers to this as Music City. And as I think everybody on this call will know, that we've been losing venues left, right, and center. And the Matador Ballroom is a very, very important venue that could be brought back to life. And as again, you take down this building as it is, you take down that ballroom as it is, and I know the developer's proposing the potential for a music venue on the first floor. I'm saying that a new music venue is not what's needed. This music venue is extremely unique. I should also mention the Alhambra-like arch ceiling, which again is exceedingly rare. The only other building that I know of that has music in Toronto with that kind of arch is actually Massey Hall, interestingly enough. Here's a building that's hosted Robbie Robertson, Joni Mitchell, Leonard Cohen, Johnny Cash, Ian Tyson, Loretta Lynn. many other country stars, even Roy Rogers. Some people might remember the singing cowboy. There's been videos shot there by Leonard Cohen and Katie Lang that are iconic. Music tourism is a huge part of tourist activity. When people come to Toronto as music tourists, there are very few venues left for them to go see. Everybody goes to see Massey Hall. People also go to the Horseshoe. They, of course, go to see the El Mocambo sign and the Matador. Those are the 4 music venues that have extreme, I'll say, widespread knowledge internationally that people, when they come to this city who are music tourists, actually want to go see. It's kind of like the Fillmore in San Francisco or the Cavern in Liverpool. And so I think it's extraordinarily important that whatever happens here, the ballroom as it stands is maintained. And I, again, think that the Heritage Toronto report, unfortunately, omits several things that are extremely important about the ballroom. So I hope you'll consider that and not approve this project as it currently stands. But any project that might go forward there should preserve the ballroom as is, whatever might be built on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Are there any questions for Rob? No, seeing none. Rob, thank you so much for your thoughts today. Next, I have Parisa Aram. Parisa?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Parisa Aram, and I live at 474 Dover Court. 4 years ago, when I bought this house, was because of the neighborhood and because of all those low-rises houses. So, and basically, I have to say I have absolutely no problem to supporting the application for this building. But my concerns are, I want, first of all, to emphasize Jennifer Paddle and David Evans's concern, which are my concern as well. And also add, number one, I am very disappointed that the council and the developer have ignored most of the comments made at the public consultation meeting. And two, I don't understand why the developer has ignored the planning guideline without any explanation as to why it is appropriate to do so. Number three, I consider that a 23 meters high building immediately next to low-level residential property is an appropriate height transition. And number four, I consider that it is appropriate to have a large building on this plot without any setback from the property boundaries, particularly the north boundaries. As I said, I have no problem to support the application as long as it's meeting whatever the desire of the neighborhood is. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Parisa? Seeing none. Parisa, thank you so much for your advice today. Have a good day. Next, I have listed Ian Sutherland. Ian, are you with us?
I am.
Ian?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. Ian, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the members of the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Ian Sutherland, and I live at Unit 2, 474 Dover Court Road. I participated in the public consultation meeting that took place earlier this year, and quite a number of points were made about the development. I don't really see those points having been substantially taken on board by the by the developer, and I would say I'm very disappointed that the council has made a recommendation to support the current proposal. Particularly what concerns me is the height of the building adjacent to the residences along Dovercourt Road, the transition from the low-level residential buildings directly to this high building, I think is inappropriate. And the second thing is that there is no setback. This building is being constructed directly on the property line. And the guidelines that relate to setbacks seem to have been completely flouted without any reason that I can see other than for the developer to maximise the rentable space of property at the disadvantage of us as the neighbours. I also find it difficult to foresee how this building is going to be constructed without considerable impact on the community, probably what will be a period of 2 years or more. And it does really scare me to think of the noise, dust, vibration, light pollution that is going to occur to us as a local community for that period of time. I think it's just going to make our lives miserable. I would also say that I'm not opposed to any development on that site, but it needs to be appropriate to fit into us as a community. And I would also reiterate what Jen and David have said before, that if this proposal is approved, then I will be part of an appeal process against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions for Ian. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Members, that completes the list of deputants that I have on this issue. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Bailao.
I do have questions of staff,
Okay,
Speaker.
please go ahead.
Thank you. Could staff explain what is the current zoning in the building?
Yes. My name is Tom Reese, and I handle the application. The current zoning is a CR zone with a maximum height of 16 meters.
Okay. So when there were some concerns expressed that this is in a neighborhood, is that the same zoning as a neighborhood zoning, a CR zoning?
No, it's a bit of an unusual circumstance where we have a CR zone, commercial zoning, which would typically be in a mixed-use area, but in this case, the official plan designation is neighborhood, even though it has a CR zone.
Okay. So different from the homes, 2 or 3 homes just up the street. So this will not create a precedent for the homes just next to it.
I would say no, because yes, it's already CR, and all the properties to the north are in the residential R zone.
Okay. Can you explain? I mean, you presented a report that is supportive of this development to Community Council. I want to understand why the guidelines, the mid-rise guidelines, were not followed, and the setback was not followed. The residents brought this issue up. Can you explain to us why you're recommending this development if those things are not taken into consideration?
Yes, I would say, first of all, we definitely did consider the mid-rise guidelines throughout the proposal, and with respect to height and the front angular plane and the height of the street wall, that all complies with the mid-rise guidelines. Where it diverges is, I guess, with respect to the existing zoning, because we have to not just apply the mid-rise guidelines, but also look at the difference between the existing zoning and the proposed zoning. And so specifically, we're looking at the shadow impact and the permitted zoning, which would be a 16-meter high building with a 3-meter setback, versus what's being proposed here, where the height is about 21 meters in the front, but it's only the front portion which is that high. The rear portion, which is most of the site, the height is about 18 meters, and it has a 3-meter step back, so it's only about 14.5 meters where it's adjacent to the property line. So when you look at the difference in the shadow impact, it really is minor. You have a little bit more shadow impact in the rear yard, but that's partially mitigated by the gap between the east and west portions that pop up. So there is a bit of sky view that's provided and sunlight that's provided that wouldn't otherwise be available through the existing building envelope. And I would just like to say that throughout the whole review process, the impact on the houses to the north were really my paramount concern. And all the design changes that have happened since the original proposal have been primarily to reduce the impact on the properties to the north. And I feel that at this point, we've brought down the rear portion, which has the greatest impact on shadow and privacy in terms of the rear yards and looking into the rear windows on the houses to the north. And we're now at a point where it really is a minor change or a minor and incremental impact versus what would be permitted by the existing zoning bylaw.
Okay. To heritage staff, I brought this building, I think to your attention way before this development was even at the table. Why aren't you recommending this building to be preserved as heritage?
Good morning. Through the chair, it's music venues are a very complicated issue here in the city, and we certainly took very seriously thinking about the heritage value of the Matador relative to this. One of the things that we have to do when looking at the heritage value is to understand what we'll call them the attributes would be. And we reviewed a cultural heritage resource assessment that was done by the applicant, and we agreed that it was really the associative value, which is really the history of the place, that carries the value. And when you're thinking about how to conserve the history, you often do look for those tangible elements that express the history. And so we went to the site and understood that there were some interior elements that were sort of irreplaceable in terms of a wall that famous important musicians had signed. And so we looked at it very holistically, and we understood that probably short of being able to do what we can't do, which is to ensure that it was to continue as a music venue, which is not within anybody's power. It's what the owner wishes to do with the property. And use is not something we regulate from a cultural heritage perspective. So we looked to those elements that could be conserved, and we understood that with a robust commemoration plan and conservation of some interior elements, that we would be able to ensure that the history of the Matador was not lost. So I recognize the complexity of the issue, but we believe in this case we've come to a reasonable solution on the site.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if there's anybody from Economic Development here or the Music Office that can answer some questions.
Is there anyone from Economic Development present at the meeting? Councillor, I don't see anybody.
Okay, it's okay, Councillor. I'll speak to it. Okay, thank you.
So those are your questions?
Yeah.
Are there any other members who wish to question staff? No? Before we proceed to speakers, can I just thank Thomas Rees for bringing the first Christmas tree into a Toronto East York Community Council meeting? It's lifted my spirits. Okay, with that, to speak, Councillor Bailão, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you have heard about this site, this has been in the news for quite some time. There was an intent to have this as a nightclub license with capacity for over 800 people. And I think we tried to work with the person that was proposing that use to have something that was more in keeping, but still music related. That didn't come through, and the building was sold. And this developer has put in an application through, and we always were very clear on the importance that we believe that the space has, that the Matador. So I was somehow disappointed that Heritage was only able to do the signature wall and the sign, but I do understand their rationale. We have worked hard with the music office, music advisory committee, economic development, as the applicant said, to have the space that is available, that is, with high ceilings, conducive to have music-related uses, music venue. And we're working to make everything possible and to work with the industry to attract music venues. We do really think that this would be an appropriate space and would be a beautiful facility to have music-related spaces. But the development and the application is in front of us. And so we have the issue with the music venue, and we have issues with the development itself. Staff have worked with the applicant on the setbacks, on the guidelines. I had questions myself throughout this process. I was concerned with what the residents were saying in terms of privacy and the setbacks. As you heard from planning is very is concerns and believes that the impact that it has on top of what they have as of right is not overwhelming, and they are recommending a positive report. So I am going to support staff recommendation, given that we have a planning supportive report, but I will continue the work with the Economic Development and the Music Advisory Committee and the Toronto Music Office to ensure that that we could have music uses. I think this would be a beautiful space for a music incubator. That's my personal opinion, but I'm not in the industry. But we're working hard. We're reaching out to ensure that that those opportunities are at the table, and we'll continue to work towards that. Those are my comments, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Bailao. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, does anyone else wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, so on the item, all those in favour? Oh, we needed to record it. Oh, sorry, members, I forgot. Because Councillor Cressy has declared an interest on this, we have to record this vote. Is everyone, can you call the names out, because I don't think everyone's members, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Bailao, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Fletcher. Any opposed? Oh, and sorry, I was in favor. Councillor Matlow is opposed. That's everybody, I believe. Yes? Okay, good. Thank you. That passes. Councillor Cressy, if you're listening, you can rejoin the meeting now. We got you back? Welcome back. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
That moves us to item TE 21.4, 15 Devonshire Place and 6 Hoskin Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment, application final report. I have a number of deputants listed here. First, I have Mark Sterling. Mark, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hello, Mark. Good morning. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mark Sterling. I'm the planner on the application that's before you for a new student residence and university facility at Trinity College at the University of Toronto. I'm really here just to answer any questions you might have about the proposed development of the site. I'm really here just to kind of introduce the item, and I think the main speaker in support of the project will be Mayo Moran, who's the provost of Trinity College. So really just here to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions for Mark? No? Mark, thank you for making yourself available today. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next, I have Mayo Moran. Hello.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mr. Chair, and to councillors. I will be very brief. I did, however, just want to say that we are very excited about this building at Trinity College. I think you will be aware that there is an acute issue with student housing in the City of Toronto, with affordable housing in general. But when we decided to do this building, we aimed high. We wanted to be very ambitious, both about the student experience, but also about sustainability. And the building, in addition to providing wonderful spaces for students to live and to learn, which we sorely need. You probably know Trinity College is beautiful, but you might not know we haven't really added new space since 1961, so we desperately need it. But the other thing I wanted to just call your attention to is the fact that we also set very high sustainability goals for this building and have really incorporated that into the student experience. It includes a community kitchen that will be a teaching and learning space, not only for Trinity students, but for the community. And it also includes a very ambitious and novel urban agriculture operation that will engage students in the production of their own food. So we're very excited about the building. We're happy to be at this stage. We've had very helpful consultations, and we would be happy to answer any questions. The other two speakers from Trinity, Dave DeMarco and Jonathan Steeles, are also here just to answer questions. So I think we could go directly to any questions now, and just want to thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of any of those three individuals? No? With that information, then that completes the deputants that I have listed on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Oh, sorry. One moment, please. Yes, the previous speaker said that they were assisting her in her deputation. Okay, so are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the provost has downplayed some of the rather significant pieces of this project. I won't go through the list now, but there is support amongst community members for this project. It's gone through the University of Toronto Community Liaison Committee a couple times. We've had a couple public meetings, and I'm pleased to move the staff recommendations in this regard, and I wish them best of luck in construction.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? No? Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Councillor Crest.
Just briefly to say that in the former ward configuration under 44 councillors, I had the privilege of starting on this file when it was brought to our office at the time, and I'm pleased to see that Councillor Layton has carried the torch forward, and it's reaching a positive outcome today. So just to echo my thanks and support.
Very good. Does anyone else wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay, our next item is TE 21.5, 145 through 155, Balmoral Avenue, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application, Final Report. I have deputants listed on this item. First, Paul Demzak. Paul?
Good morning, members of council.
Thank you, Paul. So we're going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready. Hello?
Thank you. Again, my name is Paul Demzak. I'm here on behalf of Amica Properties. We are the applicant representing the owner, being Amica Mature Lifestyles. The application before you is for development that's looking to improve upon the existing Amica retirement home, which is located at 155 Balmoral Avenue. I'm here to ask Community Council to adopt the recommendations provided in the staff report. And just as a brief preamble, I do want to thank the Deer Park Residents Group, Councillor Josh Matlow and his office, as well as our working groups and city planning. We've conducted a lot of community consultation essentially over the last 2.5 years, and I want to thank all of those involved. So through this redevelopment, we do have an opportunity to improve upon the existing use on the site, which include a number of items that I do just want to flag at a high level. First and foremost is we are improving upon our existing site operations, including parking on the site, internal loading and resident drop for the retirement use. We are improving existing sidewalk widths along Avenue Road and pedestrian safety that is associated with that. We are improving indoor and outdoor amenity space for residents. I will note that through our working sessions, we made a number of changes to the built form, looking to largely conform to the mid-rise development guidelines by the city and the urban design goals by city planning. And most importantly, I do want to suggest that we are offering a continuum of care through this redevelopment, which is a service that is greatly needed within the city of Toronto right now. Again, I just want to thank all parties involved over the past 2.5 years in processing this application to where we are today. And I'm before the committee if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Paul? I don't see any. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today, Paul. Next, I have Kathy McDonald. Kathy, are you with us?
Kathy, you've been granted audio. Please connect your audio in order to speak on the item.
Good morning, Kathy. Are you with us? Okay, I'm going to suggest that we go to the next deputant. John Temesvari? John?
Yes.
Good morning, John. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning.
I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much for hearing me. Yesterday, I sent in written submissions, 3 pages worth outlining various concerns. So I don't propose to read it line by line. I'm assuming that a copy of those written submissions were circulated to everyone.
Yes, indeed they
correct? Were. Okay. I certainly agree. We certainly agree that I am the owner, my family is the owner of 148 and 150 Balmoral, which is directly across the street from the existing facility. We certainly agree that it is time for a redevelopment of that site, a more modern facility and a better facility. Our issue is primarily we believe that the size and scope of the facility is just too large. I also take issue with simply having 25 parking spaces. I don't think it's sufficient. And I'm also concerned that if at a future date, that building were to be redeployed as to, let's say, into an apartment use or something else, it would be woefully inadequate. And just the overall size of the building, its height, it's just going to overshadow everything in the neighborhood. And it just seems out of place. It might be more appropriate, let's say, on the Yonge Street corridor where there are larger buildings, but even along Yonge Street, which is a far more commercial street than Avenue Road, certainly the proportion of it south from St. Clair, there's really nothing that size there. And really what I'm asking is we agree with having a new facility built on the site, but what we object to is we think that the size of it is too large. We think that the parking is definitely insufficient. We're always chasing visitors off of our property, and often the visitors are parking. They've blocked their garage I don't know how many times. We feel badly chasing the visitors because many of them are old people themselves, elderly people, and I can understand they don't want to walk 3 blocks to go visit a friend. So the parking is the big issue. I think that the issue of the construction and how the trucks and everything will be dealt with, I think that's more mechanical in nature. The only thing I would say is that any kind of construction access from Balmoral will kill the street. As it is now, it can sometimes take you 5 minutes to 10 minutes to get out of the garage onto Balmoral, because during rush hour, Balmoral is almost a throughway leading from Yonge Street over to Avenue Road. So what I would ask council to do is just to simply look at the development, and I think it's just the size and scale of it that is troublesome. The building of a new modern facility, that's certainly welcome. And I know that Amica is a great operator and everything else, so there's no concerns of any regard there. It's just size and scale, and primarily the parking issue and the issue with delivery trucks, because even though there might be delivery facilities inside the building, you know what, if trucks are lined up on Balmoral waiting for their turn to get to those facilities, that will create horrible traffic congestion. And you know, the revised plans that were given, they were very misleading in the sense that they make Balmoral look like a nice big wide street, when in fact it's quite a narrow street, and if there's a car parked, it's very difficult for 2 cars to even pass without one sort of going up on a sidewalk or sort of, you know, figuring out somehow to accommodate others. And really that's the gist of our objection to it.
Thank you very much, John. Are there any questions for John? No? John, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. I'm going to call our next deputant, Constance Dingle. Constance, are you with us? Constance? Hello? Constance, I can hear some noise. Are you able to? No, okay. Oh, okay. So let's go back and try Kathy McDonald again. Kathy, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on this project. I'm chair of the development committee of the Deer Park Residents Group. Unfortunately, Cynthia Chrysler, our president, wasn't able to attend. We also submitted a letter. So we thank Councillor Matlow for establishing a working committee to work with the applicant to resolve the many issues that were identified at the community consultation meeting. I'm sorry that the previous speaker wasn't able to participate in those discussions. I echo Paul Demchuk's comments about the work of the working committee and the applicant to resolve the many issues about how to fit the new building into the community. The working group was satisfied with the results that are included in the planning report. Substantial changes were made to the project around on the Avenue Road frontage and abutting the neighbors in particular. So the recommendations of the report reflect the changes, including the important provision for construction management plan and for a community liaison committee, sort of recognizing the issues of Balmoral traffic. But missing was the agreement that was made for further consultation with the abutting neighbors about the building form, materials, and landscape in the areas immediately abutting their properties, and that this is an important part of the approval to make sure it all works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any questions for Kathy? Seeing none, can we try Constance Dingle one more time? Constance, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, Constance. Yes, I can.
Hi. Oh, good. Hi.
Thank you for joining us. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to speak to the item. Please start whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you. So I just wanted to say I totally agree with the representative of 150 Balmoral. The 25 parking spaces have not been actually modified. I believe that the speaker from Amica said, we've improved that. They actually haven't, because it's still only 25 spaces for 67 units, I believe, independent units. As well, I was just curious how you all got to the 2.2 million donation that Amica will be giving to the City of Toronto. And then my third point is that the new proposed Amica building sits on a crest. So you come up Avenue Road, it's the top of the hill, you go down to St. Clair, and oftentimes in the discussions about the height of the building, in the Imperial building on St. Clair was referenced as a sort of a benchmark of X number of stories, but that doesn't really hold water because, as I say, the proposed Amica building sits on a crest of a hill, so it's significantly taller and casts a significant shadow. So my two questions are, how did you arrive at the $2.2 million donation that Amica is making to the City of Toronto? And how did you arrive at the height of the building being acceptable?
Constance, our process here is that this is your opportunity to give us advice and your thoughts. We don't establish it that you ask questions of city officials at this point.
Okay, fine. No problem. So I'll just reiterate what the representative of 150 Balmoral said. The 25 parking spaces are very, very low. It's ridiculously low. And there's Brown School across the street. There's a lot of parents that park on Balmoral at 3 o'clock, and you would be amazed at the traffic. So I would like to go on record that it's ridiculously small, the number of parking spaces, to accommodate the employees, to accommodate the guests, to accommodate the residents themselves, and to accommodate the deliveries. And to accommodate, most importantly, the ambulances that sit outside Amica. Probably when it's in full force, there were probably at least on average 3 ambulances outside a week.
Are those all your comments for us today, Constance?
They are. That's it.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you very much for it.
Are there any questions? No? Constance, thanks for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next, I have listed Joe Catalfamo. Joe? Just a moment, everybody.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Joe. Is that you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. So, Joe, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Just as a reminder, I'm the homeowner of 127 Balmoral Avenue. I attended the past hearings on this project, and I just want to reiterate the concerns I shared back then and 100 other people. 5 points. First one, the project is just far too aggressive for our area, and I'm concerned about the precedent it sets. As disclosed at the last hearing, we were made aware that a commercial developer has already accumulated properties on the southwest side of Avenue Road in Balmoral and is awaiting what density precedent is going to be set here by Amica. So I'm concerned what ripple effect this project will have as you go through into the neighborhoods. Just a small point, I do find some of the material confusing. The Amica proposal references precedents by stories, but I believe their stories, the way they calculate them, are 17% higher than some of the other properties, such as 160 Balmoral Avenue. The traffic, second point, the traffic on the street is just unbearable. And this is before you factor in the implications of the other significant developments that are planned at Yonge and St. Clair. I do want to, again, remind people that there is a fire station on our street, and frequently it's shocking that the fire truck cannot get down Balmoral heading West Avenue Road to make a turn at certain times of day. This is just going to exacerbate the problem. It is a residential area with elementary schools and young kids in the neighborhood. The third point, I still believe the current proposal falls outside of the 45-degree angle test, and I do think it needs to be reduced so that just to conform to those height requirements. Fourth point, this proposed building raises significant sunshade concerns. My property is in the red zone. We do lose significant sunlight at the end of the day, and many of us have spent a great deal of funds landscaping our backyards or just enjoying the aspect of sun, and it's shocking to see that gone. The fifth point is I still maintain that this is a condo development project in disguise rather than assisted living building. I think far more of the internal space needs to be allocated to chronic care to reduce the in and out traffic of the building than is currently proposed. This is not Yonge and St. Clair. I think these larger density projects need to be directed to the intersections of Yonge and St. Clair and Avenue Road and not creep into the associated neighborhoods. I don't think this project should be much higher than the building on the northeast corner of Balmoral and Avenue Road. Thank you for your considerations.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Joe? No? Joe, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Mitchell Gilbert. Mitchell? No? We don't seem to have Mitchell with us. Members, that concludes the list of deputants that I have. Are there any questions of staff? No, seeing none. Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
I move the recommendation along with an amendment.
Okay. Are there any questions of the mover? No? Councillor Matlow, that's all your remarks?
Yes.
Okay. With that, why don't we take the amendment and the item together? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Six, 1637 through 1645 Bathurst Street, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application, final report. I have a deputant listed, Tyler Peck. Tyler, are you with us? No?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, hi, Tyler. Is that you?
It is. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Tyler. I'll be giving you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you to Community Council. My name is Tyler Peck from W&D Associates. We are the planner and applicants for this project on behalf of the owner, Starlight Developments, and also working with WZMH Architects on the proposal. I provided clerks with a short presentation package, which I believe council members will have in front of them, and I will speak to provide an overview of the application. On slide 2, you can see the site at 1645 Bathurst is in the Forest Hill neighborhood, located on the east side of Bathurst between Eglinton and St. Clair. Lands are designated neighborhoods in the official plan and are subject to residential zoning. There are 5 existing apartment buildings on the site, which contain a total of 25 rental units, which are proposed to be demolished and replaced in accordance with the city's rental housing policies. And a new entirely rental building is proposed for the site. On slide 3 is renderings of the proposed development, and we'd like to sincerely thank city planning staff for working hard with us over the last 2.5 years in a collaborative and iterative process to refine this proposal. Also thank the local community for engaging with us to make improvements, along with Councillor Matlow and his staff. Starlight is a rental housing provider, which means that they are now and will continue to be long-standing members of this community. Just to emphasize some of the community engagement, during the early stages of the pandemic, when it wasn't possible or it was difficult for members of the public to obtain information through our typical processes, Starlight created a website to illustrate revisions made to the application and mailed letters to everyone within the statutory catchment area to provide details on how to access this information. We've had 2 community meetings and some targeted meetings with neighbors, as Councillor Matlow is aware. We support the recommendations of the staff report for approval of this application, and with respect to conformity under provincial and municipal planning policy, as well as the appropriateness of the zoning bylaw amendment. The proposed development on the site is for a 4-story rental apartment building with 75 rental units, including 25 replacement rental units, 2 additional rental units with rents capped below market rates. The proposal includes a high proportion of larger units with 75% 2- and 3-bedroom units, and units designed with the growing up guidelines of the city in mind. This proposal is an example of a missing middle housing form and an appropriate form of infill in the neighborhoods on a major street, in line with the city's expanding housing options and neighborhoods initiative. To accommodate significant grade changes on the site, which occur both from east to west and north to south, the design incorporates a split level design, as well as numerous setbacks and stepbacks to comply with angular planes, which I'll discuss in a moment. On slide 4 is an overview of the list of improvements that have been made on the site since the original submission in consultation with both staff and the community. Surface parking in the rear was removed with all loading and parking contained within the building. Overall reductions to height and massing have been made as noted in the staff report and in the series of section drawings submitted with the application. We worked closely with city planning and urban design staff to ensure that the proposal fits within an angular plane in the rear of the site. A major revision to the proposal, specifically at the request of city staff, was the removal of an extensive existing retaining wall along Bathurst Street in order to significantly improve the streetscape of Bathurst Street in this area with widened sidewalks and tree planting. Building facades have been redesigned to fit within the existing pattern and rhythm of apartment building development along Bathurst Street in this neighborhood. Pop-up stairs and roof terraces were removed facing the residential neighborhood to the east, with proposed outdoor amenity space facing Bathurst Street. All building setbacks were increased, particularly shifting the building away from the residential neighborhood. And as shown on the slide 5, increased landscaping, including tree planting around the building, was also proposed. The final slide and the final section of my remarks will be related to the rental housing replacement provisions. As outlined in the staff report, the proposal addresses the city's policies with 25 replacement units, an additional 3-bedroom affordable unit, an additional 1-bedroom capped at mid-range rents, and 48 market rental units to contribute to the housing options in this neighborhood. Tenant relocation and assistance plan will be put in place, and other matters will be secured by the city, including the unit and building amenities. I'd like to close by thanking city staff for their hard work with us again, as well as the community, reiterate our support for the staff recommendations, and make myself available for any comments from council members.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Tyler? No, seeing none. Tyler, thank you for sharing with us today. Members, Tyler was the only deputant we had listed. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
I move the staff recommendation.
Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 21.7, 1365 through 1375 Yonge Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. I have two deputants listed. Remo Agostino.
You hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you for joining us.
Perfect.
I'll give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Community Council. My name is Remo Agostino. I'm the Vice President of Development with the Daniels Corporation. Daniels is a partner with Welltower on the development of the subject lands for a 17-story mixed-use building that will consist of retail at grade along Yonge Street frontage, and a 17-story seniors care building that will consist of approximately 239 dwelling rooms with 123 assisted living and 116 memory care rooms. Welltower and Daniels have selected Sunrise Seniors Living as our partner operator for this community. Sunrise operates and manages a number of seniors communities throughout Ontario and North America. As you may know, Daniels is a multifaceted residential community builder in the GTA. We've been partnering with seniors housing providers for over 15 years to facilitate the development of multi-generational communities that will allow people the opportunity to age in place. We feel that the proposed seniors community will complement the surrounding housing stock and complement the diverse uses along the Yonge and St. Clair node. Daniels became a partner in this development in January of 2019, around the same time that this application was brought before the community. At the community meeting in January, we listened and heard a number of concerns outlined by the community. We also had an opportunity to meet with city staff and review areas of concern. Over the last 22 months, we have met with the adjacent neighbors, including the Linden School, located immediately to the east of us, the Deer Park Residents Group, residents from surrounding residential buildings, and other landowners. We've also participated in the Yonge and St. Clair Planning Framework Study and brought our application before the city's Design Review Committee. I would like to say thank you to city staff and the surrounding community for the professional and thoughtful approach to addressing the noted concerns. I would like to particularly thank the Linden School, our immediate neighbors, to having a very open dialogue with us and embracing the opportunity to bring city building into the classroom. Today, I'm here to indicate our support of staff's recommendation as outlined in the staff report before you today. We know that some surrounding community members continue to have site plan comments, specifically as the building relates to Yonge Street, and we are committed to continuing on working with our working group on discussions throughout the site plan process. I'm also aware of correspondence before Community Council today from our neighbors to the north. We have reviewed the comments outlined in the letter with our architectural team, planning team, and transportation team. We were surprised by the suggestion that our application is premature, given the level of review and consultation that has taken place. You will find a submission that speaks to the concerns noted by our neighbor to the north, and is our opinion that their concerns about window locations and traffic movements are one of site plan issues, and we're willing to meet with our neighbor during the site plan process to address these very technical details. I'm also aware of correspondence submitted by the Deer Park Residents Group, who we've worked collaboratively with, and are supportive of the items in their correspondence. In keeping with our approach to constructing in our communities, we are committed to preparing and implementing a construction management plan and to mitigate construction impacts during construction. We also are committed to a construction liaison committee during the construction of the proposed building. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for you today, and I'm happy to take any questions from committee members.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Ramo, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I'm going to call on Kathy McDonald. Kathy, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Kathy, you know the drill.
Yes.
Go when you're ready.
I'm ready. So, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. I'm the chair of the Development Committee for the Deer Park Residents Group, and speaking as our president, Cynthia Chrysler, is unable to attend. We thank Councillor Matlow for establishing a working committee to resolve the issues raised at the original community consultation meeting. It was sort of a very effective process in engaging neighbors and residents nearby. Our discussions focused a lot on how the lane should be improved for safe use and how the building relates to Yonge Street and Rose Hill. The working committee, as Remo said, worked cooperatively, and were satisfied with the changes made to the proposal. So the recommendations of the report reflect the changes made, but further recommendations are required to add agreements that were made with the working committee around having a construction management plan and a community liaison plan around construction, given the traffic issues in the area and the fact that we may see around 5 construction projects happening at the same time in that neighborhood. The working committee also strongly recommended that the lane be made one-way south, given how traffic works in the area. As well, as Remo noted, there's ongoing discussions to resolve issues about how to make the institutional appearance of the Yonge Street facade better fit into the Yonge Street, Main Street context, and that these changes should be secured as part of the site plan approval for the project. So our discussions are ongoing and are very constructive. Those are my comments for the project.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any questions? No? Kathy, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Members, I have an additional deputant, Sean Galbraith. Sean, are you with us?
Hi, I think there was a misunderstanding. I'm not here to speak to this item.
Oh, okay. I'll just cross your name off then. Thank you for clearing that up. Members, then that completes the list of deputants that I have for this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
I move the staff recommendations accompanied by 3 motions. Three items in the motion.
Yeah, I'm just glancing at the motion. If I could just have it back up, please. That's fine. Sometimes these things take a little longer because we don't get paper copies circulated, so, and we don't have access to the, well, easy access to some of the other tools right now. Councillor, I do have a question, just to make sure I understand it. So if we approve this, the construction management plan has to be done prior to the site plan approval? Is that what number 1 says? Councillor Matlow?
I apologize. I was just ensuring that I was off mute. Yes, we'd like to see it.
So, Councillor, how can, like in the normal process of things, we don't do a construction management plan until after site plan approval. I don't know how you would make that a condition. Have you ever seen it done this way anywhere?
We disagree with the normal process. We would like
Okay.
to see the construction management plan, and we're going to have a construction liaison committee with the community to work on it with them.
Okay. Have you consulted with city staff on whether this actually can be done legally this way?
We've consulted with city staff and all parties involved.
And city staff told you that we can proceed this way?
That's a question you may want to ask staff.
Okay, I may then ask that we go back to staff. Before I do that, in the event that staff express a concern about this, is there a way where we could make an amendment? Well, actually, you know what? I'll come back to that. Are there any other members who have a question of Councillor Matlow or on his motion? No? I am going to ask if there's anyone from city staff, planning or legal who can advise me about whether this committee and city council can require an applicant to provide to submit a construction management plan prior to the issuance of site plan approval. Do we have the ability as city council to do that?
Mr. Chair, it's Oren Smear speaking. Yes, you do, and it is appropriate.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff or the mover? No? Okay then. Why don't we take it all together, the amendments and the item? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 21.8, 55 through 61 Charles Street East, amendment to zoning bylaw 1183 through 2019 and 1184 through 2019 to revise section 37 provisions. I do not have any deputants listed on this item. Are there questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I've just lost my screen. If you can just hold on, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to pull my screen back up. I just lost it. Sorry about that.
Sure, we'll just demonstrate the patience for which elected officials are famous and wait on you to be ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was just moving from screen to screen. I would like to move the staff recommendations, please.
Very good. So the staff recommendations have been moved. Are there any questions of the mover? No. Anyone else to speak? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh dear. Oh no. I've made an error. Oh no, I haven't. Okay. Item TE. I know it's so rare that I get it right. Item TE 21.9, 202 Jarvis Street and 160 through 166 Dundas Street East, official plan amendment and zoning amendment applications. Final report. We have two deputants listed. Ben Hoff is first. Ben, are you with us?
Mr. Chair, while Mr. Hoff gets himself sorted and settled into his speaking, if you just indulge me, I'm going to let the members know that my intention is to move the staff, is not to move the staff recommendation, but rather to move the item directly to City Council without recommendations at this point, simply because City Planning as well as the applicant still need more time to resolve that.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Wong-Tam.
They can still speak if they want.
Yeah, we just for members to know, we're still going to be offering members of the public an opportunity to make deputations on this, and have we figured out Mr. Hoff yet? Sorry? Okay, so we're having a problem with Ben.
Ben, I see you've connected by phone. If you could say a few words, please.
Locations, we're looking at 15 altogether.
Hi, it's Ben.
Hi, Ben. How are you today?
Are there really?
Hi, I'm great. Thank you so much, and my apologies for the technical issues.
Okay, no problem. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, members of council. My name is Benjamin Hoff. I'm a planner and a partner with Urban Strategies, working on behalf of Ryerson. I'm the applicant. So I will be very brief. I just wanted to say how pleased I am to be working on this item. It's really a generational opportunity for Ryerson to expand.
Ben, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I'll pause your time. You're coming through a little bit muffled. Perhaps you can either get closer to your microphone or speak a little bit more slowly. I want to make sure everyone can hear and understand what you're saying.
Okay, how's this? Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry for that. Like I said, this is a generational opportunity for Ryerson to expand its teaching, research, and student housing on one of the largest development sites that it has. And so this is just very exciting and a really big step forward for Ryerson University in expanding its presence and ability to extend learning on its campus. So I would just like to acknowledge the work that staff have done, have contributed to this process, and want to really thank them for getting us to this point. In particular, Derek Walco, Myron Boyko, and David Sitz. So we think we're just about there in terms of this application. We do have some concerns with the recommendations outlined in the letter that was sent by Cynthia McDougall on this application. And so we've already been in discussions with staff to resolve these issues, and we're very close, but would appreciate a bit more time to resolve those concerns. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that may come forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ben? I don't see any. Next, I have listed, Ben, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Cynthia McDougall. Cynthia, are you with us? Okay, so Cynthia has not joined the meeting. That concludes the list of deputants I have on this item. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move this item along to City Council without recommendations at this point in time. I'm doing so largely at the request of city planning staff who have provided me with some information that they need more time to sort out some minor technical differences that still exists, and they would like to have that moment before we get to council so that we can all, with all the stakeholders, be in a place and hopefully in an agreement. So I'll save my remarks for City Council, but thanks staff, as well as Ryerson University and the adjacent neighborhood and all the stakeholders that have been coming together for this application. We're almost there, and hopefully we'll get there by the time we meet again at City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Councillor Wong-Tam?
Hold on.
We need to go to the screen of 9. Thank you.
Yay. Yeah.
That's good. No, 9's fine. So no questions of the mover. Are there anyone else wish to speak on the item? Seeing none. On Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so we're going to go to item TE 21.10. Oh, this is the one Sean Galbraith wants to talk to us about. Are you there, Sean?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So, Sean, you know the
Great.
deal. You've got 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
I'll be very brief. I'm the planner for the project, and I simply wanted to thank Andrea, Kelly, Jason, Colin, and George, the 5 planners who have had carriage of this file with the city. And we support the staff recommendations and ask that it be adopted. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
No.
Great.
1 moment, please.
Sure.
Very sorry to drop that. We just had a little technical issue to sort out. Are there any questions for Sean? No? Sean, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. So that concludes the list of deputants. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to move a fairly significant motion with a number of conditions, particularly about construction and as well about the sidewalk replacement, so it would meet the Leslieville sidewalk standards that were introduced by the TTC Leslie Barnes project. This meets all the requirements of the planning study that was done on this section of Queen Street. This is something that I inherited this term, so happy to conclude this one and just ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none. All those in favor, we'll take it all together. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item is TE 21.11, 136 Kingston Road, rental housing demolition application final report. I have 3 deputants listed. Jean-Noel Murphy. Councillor Fletcher, you've left your microphone on. Okay, there. Jean-Noel?
Yes, hello. My name is Jean-Noel Murphy, and I live at 17 Fitzgerald Mews, which abuts the west end of the property. This is a property attached to the parking lot of 136 Kingston Road. I don't object to the substance of the application or to the overall development proposal. I'm really concerned about 2 things. First, the risk of incidental impacts of the proposal on the structural integrity of my home, since it rests on a high retaining wall, and also the impact on the forested area between our 2 properties. So I'll briefly address these 2 concerns and the conditions that I believe should be imposed on approval to address them. So first, the structural integrity issue. As I mentioned, my house sits at an edge of a high retaining wall, and the parking lot of 136 Kingston Road is a riverbed, and the area is apparently quite fragile. And so there's a real risk that during the demolition process, and through vibrations or otherwise, that the integrity of the retaining wall might be affected. In a letter to me, the applicant has agreed that it is in our mutual best interest to ensure there's no such damage. However, we've not seen any evidence of any concrete steps taken by the owner in this respect, and so we therefore ask that approval of the demolition and building permits be subject to the condition that the owner demonstrate to the satisfaction of the chief planner and chief building official that the owner has addressed the potential impacts on this west retaining wall. My second concern is about the impact of a particular aspect of the proposal to a forested area. This is a forested area that lies between this west retaining wall and the parking lot. According to from what I understand, the owner intends to expand the parking lot to encroach upon this forested area to create, to reorganize the parking spaces that exist at the moment. This aspect of the proposal will appear to result in removing trees and part of the soil and the foundation of the ravine that leads up to the retaining wall. And so, of course, the impact on the forested area is itself a concern, but there's also the potential that the expansion of the parking lot will lead to instability of the retaining wall. And so, therefore, we would ask that the approval of the demolition and building permits again be subject to the condition that the owner demonstrate that not affecting the forested area, or extend the parking lot surface to affect these trees. We believe that these conditions are both necessary and modest. They should not significantly affect the progress of the proposed development, and yet they would help to avoid disastrous consequences. And so those are the substance of my submission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Jean-Noel? Seeing none, Jean-Noel, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Leslie Aker. Leslie?
Can you hear me?
Leslie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, very good. Leslie, so welcome. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to speak to the committee. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Leslie Aker. I'm the property manager at the building at 136 Kingston Road. And I'm here to respond to the inquiry of the neighbor. We have made contact with the neighbor and we discussed some of his concerns. This was very early in the process. This only happened in November. So we are in the process of performing additional borehole testing in the area. We're also performing a soil stability report in the area. I think further hydrogeological assessments are necessary, and we're in the process right now of hiring the right consultant to perform that work. Ideally, the concerns of the neighbor are related to enlarging these parking spots, removing 2 trees, and touching the soil embankment at the bottom of the retaining wall. The ideal solution, which we are as well looking at with the landscape architect, is to not touch that area at all. And that would be the preferred option, I believe, for the neighbor, so that there would be no change in the condition of that area. And that's what we're working towards with the architect in order to maintain the conditions as is, and that there will be no impact to the retaining wall. There was also concern about a precondition assessment of the homes, and we have indicated that we would be willing to do the precondition assessments to ensure that there is no impact. I think that completes my submission. If there's any questions,
thank you.
I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Thank you
Are there
very
any
much.
questions for Leslie? No, I don't see any. Leslie, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed George Popper. George, are you with us? Sorry, pardon me? Okay. Members, George does not seem to have joined. That concludes the list of deputants that I have on the item. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Bradford, the floor is yours.
I did have a question of staff.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Councillor Fletcher. I'm very, very sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to establish the rules around demolition permits, where they're very much in the news these days. When can you get a demolition permit? And who would issue one? What are the requirements in order to have one?
Is there someone
Not
from...
necessarily related to this, but in general, I think I'd like to understand that a bit better.
Is there someone from Toronto Buildings who can answer that?
This is Kamal Governor from Toronto Building.
Hi, Kamal.
Demolition permits are, Toronto Building issues demolition permits. Where a demolition permit is applied for for a residential building without a replacement building, the community council has the authority to grant or deny or approve with conditions those demolition permits. But typically it is Toronto Building that will ultimately approve and provide the demolition permit.
So do you approve a demolition permit where there's no, and what's the approval for the replacement building have to be? A building permit or an idea?
That is correct. No, it would have to be a building permit.
So in order to demolish, you need a building permit that shows you're ready to build something in its place.
That is correct, unless community council approves otherwise.
Correct. So community council can say, yes, you can take that down. We understand you're going to be doing that. But the rule of thumb is that you can't just knock that down. That applies to residential, correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That was just a general question, Mr. Chair, not so much related here. Thank you for your time.
Oh, Councillor Fletcher, I won't admonish you, but we are supposed to keep our questions and speeches to the item in front of us.
Well, I'm just asking then about the item in front of us then.
Very good. Very good. Never confess when you're doing that. Are there any further questions of staff? Councillor Bradford, the floor belongs to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I'm just glad to see that these discussions and communications are moving forward. Appreciate the folks who took the time to depute today, and my office is happy to see this moving forward, and my gratitude to staff and everyone who's been involved. I'll be moving the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak? No? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Our next item is TE 21.12, 1540 through 1550 Bloor Street West Zoning Amendment and Rental Housing Demolition Applications Request for Direction Report. I have two deputants listed. Maggie Bassani is first. Maggie, are you with us?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Maggie Bassani. I'm from the firm of Aird & Burles, and we represent the applicant. I don't have a presentation for the committee today, but I did want to be available in case there are questions of the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members who have questions of Maggie? Seeing none. Thank you, Maggie, for joining us and making yourself available today. Next, I have Diana Blaudzimis. Diana, are you with us?
Hello, Diana. You are currently unmuted.
Diana, could you make sure you're connected, your audio is connected, and just say hello so we know you're with us? Diana. Okay, that concludes the list of deputants. Are there any questions of staff on this item?
This is my. Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, hang on a sec.
Hey, can you hear me?
Is this Diana?
Yeah, sorry, this is Diana, the worker. She'll be with you just a sec. What happened to my? Okay, you're good, you're good. No, there was a problem. I know, but you wanna? Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Hi, Diana. We seem
You
to
can
have.
hear me?
She has what?
She has a social worker with her.
Okay.
Can you?
So Diana, please, can you
I
go
don't know
ahead?
if they didn't hear me before. So you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I don't know what was the problem previously. I was told I was unmuted from my side here. People assured me. Obviously, there was a problem. Okay. I'm a resident at 1548 Bloor Street West, and I oppose this project. Main reason being that I'm interested in keeping my affordable housing. I moved to the neighborhood in early 1990s and live there close to 30 years now. Over that time period, the building was owned by various property owners. In 2018, it was purchased by Trinity Corporation, which immediately started the process to evict me, which is continuing presently at Landlord Tenant Board for 3 years now. Landlord is retaliating against the tenant who is trying to get the place fixed and maintained as per Residential Tenancies Act, tenants' rights, and of course, property standards by the city. Trinity Development has a goal of getting rid of everyone on their properties of 50 that are contained of 6 houses in order to show the city that no one will lose their housing or be displaced in case of demolition. Therefore, hoping to get a go-ahead by the city. Also, this development was already appealed to the provincial body previously known as OMB. I would like to inform this council that last year, my apartment didn't pass inspection by the city's municipal licensing and standards department, and the order to comply for the landlord was issued by the city. This was appealed by the property owner and went to Toronto and East York Community Council, Municipal Licensing and Standards Appeals Committee. Unanimously, this committee rejected the appeal by the landlord. So the hearings continue at City Hall, committee room number 3, where I am attending regarding the matter of non-compliance by this property owner. So the problem is that there are 37 items on the list that the order is outstanding today, and there's no compliance. Basically, compliance is at 0 presently. And just mention vital services like water is not available in my house, as an example. Therefore, apparently the landlord has a position that they don't need to fix my roof that's leaking and all my ceiling fell to the floor, as an example, because they applied for demolishing the house, and therefore no need to put in thousands of dollars for repairs. Presently trying to throw me out instead of fixing my house, but I was successful at LTB for the last 3 years, and I will keep fighting to preserve my housing, as my housing is an affordable one, considering the small percentage that can be raised for rent annually. You know, I have the whole second floor of the house, and for the price I have, you can't have it today, basically. And therefore, to demolish this house and for me to lose the neighborhood I'm living in will be very devastating. Therefore, I am asking this council to reject the condominium proposal, and also I thank the city staff for their time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Diana. Are there any questions for Diana? No? Diana, thanks very much. I can just say I agree. You know, city staff have really put in a good effort on this, and Your concerns are being heard. Okay. Members, those are all the deputants I have listed here. Are there any questions of staff? I don't see any, so this item is in Ward 4, so I'll just make a couple of very quick remarks. To anyone in the development industry who's listening, this is a model of how you don't do it. The applicants came in knowing full well we had a recent OMB decision that was far less than, they basically ruled out a proposal very similar to the one they're making. They never really acknowledged that, and they've made no effort to have a meaningful conversation to get to an agreement with city staff, with myself, or with the community. So again, any developers listening, don't do it this way. So the staff are recommending refusal of both the application and the planning application and the rental housing demolition application. So members, I'm going to ask you to support staff's advice. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next, we have item TE 21.13 and 2113A, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act 41 and 47 Fraser Avenue and 135 Liberty Avenue. We have no deputants on this. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Cressy, before I give it to you, I'll just say this was one of those very rare properties that made me relieved at some of the ward boundary changes. So with that, Councillor Cressy, the floor is yours.
I will move the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 21.14. Intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act 55 Lakeshore Boulevard East. Members, please note we also have 14A, which is the communication from Preservation Board. I have one speaker listed, Adam Brown. Adam, are you with us?
I'm with you. I guess it's now good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of council. I hope everybody is safe and well, and thank you for the opportunity to chat today. This is a bit of an odd situation we're in, and I sent you some slides that you hopefully have before you to take a look at. And it's odd because this has been through an extremely positive 4+ year process with staff, with the community. There was an LPAT hearing because other parties appealed what the city and my client were proposing to do on the site. We moved in an extremely positive manner and ended up getting even a settlement with those third parties, with the city and ourselves side by side. And if you look at the site, Mancus Development had acquired the site quite some time ago, started consultation back in about 2016, and worked through an extensive design. And the first slide will show you the location. The second slide will show you the existing buildings on site. And part of the resolution that went through with staff and council recommending approval was to have an extension of Harbour Street, which by definition means that you can see there's a green outline of the building that has to come down. So the designation right now and the report seemed to not mention that and came up somewhat quickly. And I understand why designation reports are coming quickly because of the change to the act, but this is one of those situations where I've got a client who's working extremely cooperatively, continuing on site plan matters, and then additional things they've been asked to do in terms of parks and over street connections and all those sorts of changes. If you go to one of the next slides, we've been attending DRP meetings back in 2016, and then a recent design review panel meeting for this particular area where other changes were asked to be considered. And the next slide shows you sort of a block plan. And as part of this development, we included a daycare, we included a school, and you can see that when I show you a bird's eye view. And the first bird's eye view we showed you, which was option 1, we've already had agreement for demolition of certain portions of the building for the road and for recreation, and we're only talking about a heritage facade to be retained in situ that we're discussing right now with staff. And the second slide shows you sort of on the left side of before of what it looks like and some of the issues that design review panel and planning staff, urban design and heritage are looking at with us. And that has to do with the fact that we're putting a school, you can see in orange, we're putting a daycare that you see in purple, and the school on the main floor and retail to try and animate those streets that we're creating. So, and again, it shows you on the other side of that facade that we're working on. And when I say we're working on it, we are working on it. This is not something that's being rushed through. We're having meetings with all levels of planning staff. We have contacted Councillor Cressy's office as well, and everyone's been aware that this is an applicant who has worked very well with staff throughout the process, and I thank staff for their involvement and their hard work. So the worry I have is the designation now of the entire site without recognizing that there has been and continues to be consultation puts us in an extremely difficult situation, because in order to deliver the park and the road extension that was approved by council and has been part of our zoning, I'd have to apply for a demo permit. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to move forward on this designation. We are asking you to defer it. We've written into planning staff saying we are not taking issue with the designation in terms of what we have to do, and working with the city in terms of what we might have to do with the school and the daycare center and everything else. But to go and designate and force us to have to file for demolition just to deliver the road and the park just makes no sense. And so we ask that everyone take a pause. Not even the designation report is there a single comment about all of these resolutions that we've had over the last 4 years. So our request is to defer it. We have a client, and again, all their investor groups who were caught a bit off guard by the sort of rush to designate without recognizing those portions of the buildings that have already been agreed to be demolished. So it just doesn't make sense. And that's why we've requested the deferral.
Thank you, Adam. Are there any questions for Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Cressy has a question.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks for the deputation. I guess, can you just, and I heard the whole deputation, and I know you've reached out to my office. I still fail to understand what substantially would this designation impact on your part, or on your client's part. I fail to see how this designation impacts any of the work that you've described in great depth around the collaboration and the partnership.
So by designating the entire site and all the buildings and not acknowledging these alteration or demolition that's actually mandated by the council adopted resolution, it puts us in an odd situation. So we're sitting here with a designation of parts of the building that have been agreed to be demolished. So for instance, if I want to now go and obtain approval to deliver the park in an earlier timeline, which the city wants, we want to give it up in advance, I can't do that without now going for demo permits. What should be happening, in my respectful submission, is let's figure out the final details of that heritage facade to be retained and work on a report that acknowledges what's to be retained and also recommends what's to be removed. It's odd
so
that
the concern is that you might now need demolition reports.
I'm going to have to go through a different process than I would otherwise with all the partners than we would have otherwise done if we would have done it the way we've been doing it, in a cooperative way. It puts us in a very odd situation. Also makes it hard to explain to the partners, Menkes's partners, who are sitting there going, what are you talking about? Why are we doing it? Why is it being rushed through? We didn't rush anything. Like we haven't. We've been very patient in a positive way. It's not, I'm not saying in a negative way patient.
I just substantively want to understand the concern. And what I heard from you is there is a concern related to demolition permits in the process, and it might put you in an odd situation.
Correct.
That's what I understand.
Correct.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Adam? Nope. Adam, thank you as always for sharing your wisdom with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was the only deputant I had listed. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Cressy.
Just briefly, so to to Heritage Preservation Services. Can you articulate from staff's perspective why the need for a designation and how a designation will align with all the other pre-existing approvals and the plans going forward, including demolition permits that may be required?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, this designation is actually following on from the LPAT order that was issued a couple of years ago for the site. We had, as Mr. Brown indicated, extensively negotiated the conservation solution, considering all of the site requirements. And part of the board order was that a designation be brought forward and that the applicant get approval under the Heritage Act for the alteration. So we thought carefully about sequencing in this case. Typically, we would have actually, as most of the councillors here know, have designated and done an alterations report as a part of a settlement. But we agreed through the negotiated settlement process to put that off until the discussion of site plans. So this is already actually coming later than we would normally do it. We recognize and we have very good will to continue to work with Menkes on this, but we feel that the city is in the best position in order to move forward with the designation that was anticipated about 2 years ago. This is a provincial heritage property that was sold by the provincial government. We think it's very important, and so designation does not in any way preclude alterations. Should a need for a park come forward early, we will ensure that an alterations report come forward at the appropriate time, assuming that the applicant will supply the documents that were already secured through the LPAT board order.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. And I'll move the staff recommendations and with thanks both to our Heritage Preservation Services staff, as well as to Menkes and who is represented here by Mr. Brown. As our staff noted, this is, first of all, should not be a surprise given the approval previously secured in the agreement through LPAT, but also staff's full and complete desire to ensure that as part of heritage alterations, that if there is a need to expedite things like municipal roads or the parks, that we will work collaboratively towards that, as we have done throughout this process. And so with that, I'll conclude my remarks and happy to move the recommendations here in front of us.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, TE 21.15, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act 100 Simcoe Street. Members, please note, we have 15A, which is the correspondence from Preservation Committee. I have no deputants listed. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy, the floor is yours.
I'll move the staff recommendations. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.16, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act 41 Spadina Road. We have 16A as well, which is the communication from Preservation Board. And are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, and a huge thanks to staff and the community who were behind advancing this application, to the owner who's accepted it and embraced it. This is a truly fantastic building inside and out, and I'm happy to move the recommendations from the Preservation Board. The staff recommendation.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Members, please hang on for 1 second. Item TE 21.17, Councillor Matlow. I understand that there's a motion to withdraw this item. Councillor Matlow?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
On the motion to withdraw, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.18, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, properties within the West Queen West and Parkdale Main Street areas. I have one, and members, there's also the communication from Preservation Board 18A. I have one deputant listed, Yolanda Bertucci. Yolanda, are you with us?
Yolanda, you've been granted audio. Please connect your mic. I see that you've connected. I will now be unmuting your mic.
Yolanda? Are you
Hi there.
Hi,
I'm
Yolanda.
good.
So
Hi.
thank you for joining us. I'll be giving you 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I'm at 721 Queen Street West, and the Salvation Army is at 723. Now, the city, they just went to the public hearing notice for the minor variance, and they got it approved. So if that building is historical, and we're going to be in a register, why are they allowed to take it down and leave just two of the old walls? What is historical then? Not to mention, they're going to block my windows, but anyways, that's another issue. So what is this process like for, and what does it do, really?
So Yolanda, just to be clear, at this stage in the discussion, we're here to listen to your advice. The opportunity to ask your councillor or city staff questions is not at this forum, okay?
Okay.
Do you have anything you'd like to tell us?
No, I just wanted to know what it actually protects in terms of the buildings.
I wonder if there's anything we can do to expand on it or make it more particular to create TO.
Josh, I'm not sure, or Councillor Matlow, I'm not sure that you know that your microphone is on. Councillor Matlow? Okay, we've muted? Okay, good. Okay. So thank you, Yolanda. There are no other deputants listed on this item. Are there any questions for Yolanda? Seeing none. Okay. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. This affects a number of wards. I'll move it. So I'm moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That takes us to item TE 21.19, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, Dundas Street West and Roncesvalles Avenue properties. Members, please note, we also have 19A, which is the communication from Preservation Board. I have no deputants listed. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 21.20, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, Forest Hill Village properties. I have no deputants listed. Members, please note, we also have the communication from Preservation Board listed as 20A on your agenda. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow.
I move the recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 20. Okay. So members, we have two deputants listed on the next item and less than 10 minutes until the lunch break. So I'm going to recommend that we recess until 1:30 and reconvene here after our lunch break.
Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes.
Would it be possible to hear from the deputants? Maybe extend to at least allow the deputants to speak so they don't have to come back at 1:30?
So you'd like to move that?
I'm moving that, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Sir, as if. Okay, so there's a motion to extend to hear the two deputants. All those in favor, opposed, carried. First, we have listed Meredith Mednick. Meredith, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hi,
Can you
Meredith.
hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Meredith, I'm going to give you
Thank
5
you.
minutes to address the committee. Please start as soon as you're ready.
First, thank you to Councillor Quist and Wong Tam for allowing us to speak now. I greatly appreciate it. Good afternoon, Council. My husband and I are the owners of 55 Sumac Street and have lived in our house since 2015. I would like to thank various members of the city's Design Heritage Planning Department for explaining the significant history of the King Parliament area and the unique attributes of its many homes, including ours, and commercial buildings. On November 16th, 2020, we received a notification in the mail informing us of a meeting to occur on November 30th, 2020, of the Toronto Preservation Board to discuss, among other items, its intention to designate certain King Parliament area properties, including our house, as a listed property. The recommendation to have 55 and 55A Sumac Street listed has us concerned as we have been actively planning a joint addition of a third story onto both 55 and 55A to accommodate our family's needs. In 2019, we had gone to the city's building department at City Hall to inquire regarding the height allowances for our zoning and property, and were assured from the city's building department that a third story was within the parameters. As such, we have subsequently engaged a design firm for the plans and have begun consultation with various trades. Our intention is, and always has been, to maintain the history, design, and architecture of the homes and appreciate the significant heritage and cultural features of 55 and 55A Sumac Street. With that being said, we are concerned that by having our homes listed, the process to obtain the necessary permits and approvals will become unnecessarily cumbersome and lengthy. Additionally, when the time comes to sell our house, which hopefully will happen in many years when we are old and in our old age, we are concerned that a listed designation will make it less attractive to potential buyers as the other homes on the street are not encumbered by the status. As 55 and 55A are only one of two homes proposed to be listed on the block between King and Queen, and it would appear that no other homes are listed or designated between Queen and north of Gerrard Street, we are requesting Council to reconsider the recommendation to include 55 and 55A Sumac Street as a listed property on the Heritage Register. It is also of great concern to us that we were not consulted regarding the city's plan for a listed status of our home. The first notification we received that 55 and 55A Sumac Street were being considered for a listed designation was a letter dated November 16th, noting that our property was being recommended for inclusion in the city's Heritage Register. The Toronto Preservation Board meeting occurred only 14 days after the date of that letter, and today's meeting only 16 days after this first correspondence and notification. We thank you for your consideration of our request and would like to be assured that this will not impact our plans to accommodate our family's needs and continued enjoyment of our home and neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Meredith? No? Meredith, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputy I have listed is Shayna Nodell. Shayna, are you with us?
Yeah.
Hi, Shayna.
Hi.
So I'm going to give you 5
Can you
minutes.
hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Wong Tam, also for allowing me the opportunity to speak ahead of that 1:30 slot. I am a lawyer, and they are objecting to the listing as a heritage site. We understand in theory, what the history of the building, except it is, they purchased it in 1997, and it's now coming to the end of its life cycle. It is pretty like there is nothing extraordinary about the building itself, and really has no heritage attributes from what we can tell and from what we've gotten a verbal opinion of from a historical. Obviously, there's a problem seeing it, like I said, it is at the end of its life cycle. It poses problems for future opportunity to potentially sell the property. they have been the owners since 1997, and it's zoned right now as a commercial live work and looks, from all intents and purposes, like a red brick building. You know, with nothing in the surrounding area. You know, there's a new, you know, I know it does, they're not part of the conservation district, but that being said, there is new developments coming up, and the hope was to one day be able to benefit from that. Those are my submissions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Shana? Seeing none, Shana, thank you for sharing your advice with us today. Councillor Wong-Tam, if we can just, we're not quite at 12:30. Those are the only deputants listed. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Wong-Tam, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I really want to hear the two deputants largely because I do recognize that number one, the mass and batch listing is coming pretty fast. And I also was in particular moved by Meredith's comments that she was in the process of trying to add an addition to accommodate her growing family. And now we're ready to delist her property. So I'm just, I'm curious to know if, and I guess the question to staff is, for the owners of 55 and 55A Sumac, is it possible for us to remove that property from listing at this point in time, so we can sort out and I can learn more about this application for the third story addition, because I haven't received any information about that as of yet. Can we do that? And if so, I can also move this as a motion when we come back from lunch.
Through the chair, yes, it is definitely possible to remove properties from this list. We can figure out the way to do that and perhaps consult on that issue over the lunch break. But yes, it is possible, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Mary, I'll speak with you over the lunch break. I'm sorry we're going to cut into your lunch break, but I just thank you. I just recognize that there's new information that's come up through the deputation, and I don't want to be insensitive to the speakers who brought their concerns to us.
Yes, and we can also make sure that the concerns are addressed and figure out the best way to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. So since you're going to have to do that work over lunch, why don't we stand this down? Members, we are recessed until 1:30. Whenever you're ready, we're ready to go. So we're going live now. Okay.
She was going to have a chat with them over lunch.
Okay.
So it just occurred to me.
So Councillor Wong Tam, item 21, which is where we left. I know that you were going to do a little bit of work. Can you give us an update where we are?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I have done a little bit more work, and if with your indulgence and indulgence of Community Council, I have one additional question for staff.
Please go ahead. We lost your audio, Councillor. Try now. Councillor Wong Tam? There you go. Okay.
Yes, so thank you. So I will proceed with my final question of staff. I think I had about maybe 3 minutes left on the clock. And my question is to Mary McDonald. The batch listing process that we are now undertaking, can you explain to members today and for members of the public who are paying attention and interested in this issue, what does the listing truly mean, and what is it that you're trying to achieve, so there's some clarity for all of us?
Thank you. Through the chair, the listings that you have before you on this and other items are intended to indicate the city's interest in these properties, but they are not intended to guide alterations that are being discussed relative to the caller for Sumac. It really is about giving the city an opportunity to understand the full heritage value of the property if it's proposed for demolition. And I can certainly confirm that we are happy to provide assurances to anybody who's concerned about their listing that their plans are okay, and we will endeavor to do so and have already begun those conversations with the owner of Sumac.
Thank you. So really, it's just to ensure that you, as city staff and as heritage planning staff, have the opportunity of 60 days to review a property that's been noted for potential heritage attributes before the demolition permit is issued. That's all this is. Is that correct?
That is correct. Any permit as of right, we would have absolutely no legal ability to control that or stop that.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members who have questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Bradford, I believe this is your issue? Or am I?
No, it's
I'm mixed up. Councillor Wong Tam, I'm sorry. Councillor Wong Tam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the recommendations of the staff report as well as the adopt the advice of the Toronto Preservation Board. And at this point in time, I'm not going to be moving any motion to extract one listing or one property outside of the batch that's been put forward by preservation staff. And I do understand there's 257 properties that have been identified as contributing and of value to the heritage sort of landscape and streetscape of this area. And largely it's because I am satisfied, based on what staff have provided to me and to members of council here today, that the intention is to put all the property owners on notice that, should you want to ask for a demolition permit, you will not get one so quickly and so easily. It allows them an opportunity to do some further investigation at that time, once a demolition permit is requested, to then engage in a 60-day review with the applicant to understand further how are these properties contributing. And I've been given assurances by Mayor McDonald that she will continue to work with any of the property owners, including those who have spoken earlier today, to provide them some assurances that the intention is not to necessarily halt any type of development or alterations to their properties, but rather to ensure that any alterations or demolition addition to the property is going to be in conformance with what is a larger body of work, which is the heritage landscape and streetscape of the area. And so with that understanding and with that assurance that any matters that are as of right, which would also pertain to the speaker who owns 55 and 55A Sumac, is that she would be given some additional time with the staff in consultation, even leading up to the city council meeting. So if that public member is still listening to these comments, there's an invitation from city staff for you to continue to engage. And they've given some assurances that the batch listing here does not necessarily in any way whatsoever interfere with your as of right, which is what I believe you are seeking and what you have been seeking in terms of investigations for a third story addition. With respect to any other speakers on the issue about perhaps limiting their potential to demolish, then your assumption is absolutely right. It is to limit your potential to demolish and to pull a permit without any regard to the heritage attributes. And so from that vantage point, the staff's report is doing exactly what it's intended to do, is to give them time to have a sober second look. Sorry, Mr. Chair, that is my son crying in the background. This is the reality of virtual meetings, and I'll bring my remarks to a conclusion. Thank you.
Is your son seeking a demolition permit?
Demolish his own little playhouse. No permit required.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none on the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. We now move to TE 21.22, inclusion on the City of Toronto Heritage Register, Danforth Avenue, Coxwell Avenue to Victoria Park, and Dawes Road properties. I believe it's 3 deputants listed, yes. And members, also be aware that there is a communication from Preservation Board 22A attached to this item. The first deputant I have listed is Harry Rothstein. Harry? Harry's not with us. Laurent Roy is next. Laurent?
Yes, hello.
Hello, Laurent. Welcome. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Laurent Roy. I'm a homeowner at 80 Dawes Road, and I'm a first-time speaker, so I apologize in advance of any missteps or protocol errors. I'm speaking on item TE 21.22, which lists the inclusion on the Heritage Register of a number of homes along Dawes Road. I'm here to request that the listed properties on this item be amended to remove the Dawes Road residential properties. Failing that their listing be delayed by 12 months. This request is being made on behalf of the property owners at 72, 74, 80, and 82 Dawes. These are the neighbors we've been able to reach in the past 36 hours since becoming aware of this issue. My neighbors and I recently received a notice dated November 16th, indicating that our property along the Dawes Road area is being recommended for inclusion in the city's Heritage Register. The notice advises, and I quote, "Your property was previously identified as having cultural heritage value through the Danforth Avenue planning study, Coxwell to Victoria Park," end quote. While we're aware the study being conducted along the Danforth for the past 2 years, we were not aware that our properties are being considered or evaluated as part of this study until the past week. To give some context, these houses are 2 blocks or more north of Danforth Avenue, and the southernmost of these houses is difficult to see from Danforth. Further, if one reads the decision history on this item, it is clear that the planning study was to assess lands, and this is the quote, "lands fronting Danforth Avenue between Coxwell Avenue and Victoria Park Avenue," end quote. It was also clear to us that the original study on preserving 2-story business properties from the early 20th century along the Danforth. The Dawes Road residences now added to the list would not reasonably be expected to fit that criteria. We are a very busy household of federally regulated essential service workers in Councillor Bradford's ward. I find it very difficult to understand the rushed nature from this first notice less than 2 weeks ago and pushed through to listing on the Heritage Register, especially during a pandemic, where we are all frankly exhausted and unable to commit the necessary time or obtain the necessary resources to research what this means to us. Since becoming aware of this recommendation not 36 hours ago, I've spent my last 2 nights attempting to research the background on this item. Ontario Register 906, 1006, and Section 27 of the Ontario Heritage Act. All this while I should have been resting. Further, I've now felt the need to adjust my work to present at this meeting. Commercial property owners along the Danforth were aware of this study applied to them since 2018. Why should inexperienced residential property owners be given any less notification? The city provided no visits in the past 2 years and never provided a list of properties being assessed. It also seems at the moment that there's no way to remove one's property from the register once listed. The documentation and background information on this item are not easily found to a layperson or homeowner. Less than 2 weeks' notice of being included on this item without direct access to supporting documents in the midst of a pandemic, I find is frankly unfair and disrespectful to my family, neighbors, and the current time constraints we face with work and family obligations. I would expect that the city would want property owners on side in these listings, and this is not the way to do it, frankly. We have financial implications that are a real concern to us. It has been mentioned that this will not impact property value. I respectfully disagree. As my realtor and I understand it, a heritage listing is required to be reported in the MLS system. And while we don't intend to sell anytime soon, this can be a significant deterrent to future purchasers. We're not interested in restricted property while the other side of the street remains unrestricted. By lessening the pool of potential buyers, this significantly impacts the actual resale price of our properties. Following a brief discussion with the program manager of Heritage Planning, it has come to my attention that there may be a need to adjust our property insurance as well. It is unclear if these cost increases will be covered by the city, and we simply have not had time to research this. As for the assessment itself, I have concerns that one side of the street is being protected. Also that some listings are part of row houses where the entire row structure is not being protected. In other words, only 2/3 of the structure is proposed for listing.
Laurent, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're near the end of your time. Could you just give us one final concluding sentence?
Sure. We'd like to do waterproofing on our basement on the outside, add some environmental sustainability energy, and we're afraid that this will frankly restrict it.
Thank you very much for your, thank you very, Laurent, sorry. Thank you very much for your deputation here. I have to be strict about the time, so it's fair to everybody. Are there any questions for Laurent? Councillor Bradford, go ahead.
Hi, Lauren. Thanks for joining us today. Could you just describe, you mentioned that you became aware of this 36 hours ago. Could you walk me through how you became aware of this 36 hours ago?
Yes. We received a notice by mail that was dated November 16th. Which meant it only arrived about a week ago. And by the time we actually got time to sit down and read it, my wife and I, this was frankly not last night, but the night prior.
And what did the notice specifically say? Did it say your property at 80 Dawes? Did it say properties in the area on Dawes Road? What did it specifically say?
It doesn't list the property number. The heading of it immediately underneath the date states your property in the Danforth area, the Danforth Avenue area is being recommended for inclusion on the city's Heritage Register. And then it goes on to speak to the Toronto Preservation Board will be considering.
And is there any action for you to take there? Does it direct you to a website? What is it? What is it? It's just like, hey, heads up, we're doing this.
On this particular letter, it says if you have questions with the listing, or what it means, please contact Poria Nazimi. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing.
And so then you had questions and then you reached out?
My neighbor reached out, I believe, to Poria, and we were redirected to Tamara.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Poria is maybe
Yeah.
on vacation.
Okay, so the challenge here, of course, is that you found out less than 2 days ago. It may have hit your mailbox at the end of last week, but this was the first that you were hearing of it. And it assumes that you know what we're talking about. And it assumes that, I guess there's the assumption that you were part of the Danforth Avenue planning study from 2016 to 2018, and also put the pieces together that Dawes Road, that was the genesis for this ultimate piece of mail that you received last week.
That's essentially correct, and my neighbors feel very much the same way.
Follow the crumbs and put it together. That's kind of what's happened here. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for the deputation and kind of talking us through how your experience as a resident was going through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologize for the long wordedness.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Lauren? No, seeing none. Lauren, thank you for giving us your advice today. We'll move next to Preeti Sakdeva. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and all councillors who are members of this committee. I'd like to echo the comments of my neighbor, Mr. Roy, and if he needs any additional time, I'm happy to cede some of my 5 minutes to him. I don't want to repeat essentially what Larry has said. He has set out our concerns, I think, quite well and in quite an impassioned way, in my view. The inclusion, just to summarize, and I did provide some written submissions yesterday after we spoke with staff. Just to summarize, the 3 points are, just actually by way of background, I should indicate that I have lived at 82 Dawes Road for over 30 years. Understand these beautiful homes and very much appreciate this part of the city of Toronto. As Mr. Roy mentioned, it came as great surprise to us that our properties were being considered for listing on the Heritage Register along with the Danforth Avenue review, which I've kept tabs on from time to time and even attended a community consultation meeting on. One of my concerns is certainly the rush with which this seems to be proceeding. This is a daunting prospect for a homeowner who is not familiar with Heritage Register issues. It's not an everyday topic or occurrence for us to deal with. Frankly, it's just a little bit scary. I did read through the information blurb that the city sent us. An additional concern I have is, as Mr. Roy mentioned, our 2 properties are part of a row house of 3, but the third house, which we understand this entire structure was built at the same time, is not included, and staff did say they'd look into that. And in my view, this whole issue should be deferred until staff are able to examine that third home. I'm not saying that it should necessarily be listed, but if it's not going to be listed, is it logical to also consider listing these homes? Perhaps it is, I do not know. The third issue I'll just touch on briefly because I don't want to repeat ground you've already heard is that, we have letters received less than 2 weeks ago and not very much notice, particularly given the challenges that all of us are facing in these times of COVID. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you for your time and your attention.
So members, that's the list of deputants that I have. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Bradford, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This will be to Heritage. I'd like to better understand how notice is given to each property owner about the intent to designate.
Good afternoon to the chair. Just to be clear, this is not an intention to designate.
Sorry, list.
Just to be, yeah.
Sorry, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, no, I think Mary just froze. Mary, perhaps if you can hear me, you can turn your camera off so you're using less bandwidth. Mary, can you let us know you're with us? Okay, what I'm going to suggest.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair. It's Tamara Anson Cartwright, Program Manager.
We
Oh dear.
our internal.
Just a minute, everybody. No. Can I ask everyone to stop talking? Okay, Mary.
Send out a notice that a report.
Mary, we've been having some trouble with your connection. Can I suggest to save bandwidth, you turn your camera off? Okay. Councillor Bradford, can you re-ask your question?
I just did that. You all became little yellow triangles to me.
Okay. So Mary, I'm going to ask Councillor Bradford to re-ask his question and for you to answer it because we got almost nothing of your answer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And
Absolutely.
Hi, Mary. So the question was, I'd like to better understand the approach to how we give notice to each property owner about our intention to list.
Okay, through the chair, when we are listing a property, we prepare a report, in this case, the multiple listing report, which followed on recommendations that did go to council in 2018. We find out the current owner, we send out a notice of the meeting taking place once the agenda is available online.
How much notice are you required to provide and how much notice do we provide here?
The Ontario Heritage Act does not require that any notice be given, even up until the time of City Council. The Heritage Act requires that notice of listing be given to an owner after Council places a property on the register. So we obviously think it's better to have people informed prior to the meeting so they can ask questions and attend.
Why did these residents, the deputants that we heard today, receive notice last week? Is that adequate? I mean, if we decide that it's important to give folks notice, and I think we do, even if we don't have to, based on provincial policy, why did the notice go out so late with such a short time window before this lands on the floor here?
And the notice actually went out in the standard amount of time. The notice goes out when in conjunction with the agenda being posted. So as you heard, for these notices, I believe they went out on November 16th. Majority of people received them 2 weeks ago, and we had the preservation board meeting a few days ago. So that is typical.
Okay. I see online that it lists all the addresses, but we heard from the deputant that it doesn't actually list addresses. Why would we not include the address on the notice that we're giving people?
We do say that your property is being added. We can take a look at that. It's a more complicated mail merge, but that shouldn't stop it from happening. We did have to, because of the number, do this processing through our mailroom services.
So I understand the reason and the rationale for.
And so, but I think that's a fair question to be brought forward.
I understand the rationale behind batch listings and how we got here. I wonder if when we come forward with 165 properties here and nearly 1,000 across the city, when we take that sort of approach, does it give us enough time, i.e. the agenda dropped 2 weeks ago, to really have an understanding about the context of the different properties and what that means for some of our other policy objectives?
Absolutely. These listings came forward as a part of a very comprehensive planning study for Danforth. We have very detailed urban design guidelines that indicate the vision for Danforth being a mid-rise context with also some potential small additions to the commercial area, placing an importance on housing and the vibrancy of the street, the streetscape. And at the time in 2018, we brought forward a report indicating those properties that were a potential heritage value. All the built form analysis was done, informed by the understanding of the existing context and these building in particular. Because of the size of the task of doing a multiple listing, we're lagging a little bit. It might have been more understandable if we'd been able to do it within a couple of months of the Danforth study coming forward. But I can assure you that a comprehensive vision for the development of this portion of the city has been undertaken by city planning, and that the heritage lens was a very early part of understanding that. We've also subsequently done some studies to understand the overall impact to the area, and we've determined that in this area, it's 25% of the retail frontage is actually being indicated for listing, which leaves us a significant portion, areas within this portion of Danforth entirely free of any consideration. And all we're saying is that if you're coming forward with the development along Danforth, that consideration be given to the potential heritage value of a building. And at that time, we will understand what the various priorities are on the site from a community and planning perspective.
So just to move it along, appreciate that. That 25% of the properties along Danforth that we are now proposed listing today, does that compromise the ability to bring these sites forward as part of an application? Is that a compromise or no?
Absolutely not. I think it provides some certainty so that people aren't surprised. And we certainly hear, whether it's a homeowner or a business person, they don't like finding after the fact that someone is interested in their property.
Respectfully,
yes.
I think we have a very real issue that there's going to be a lot of folks who are surprised. The whole follow the breadcrumbs from the 2016 to 2018 Danforth planning study, and then this report coming forward today requires people to really engage in a very thorough and deep way to understand what's going on here. So I think actually we will see a lot of folks surprised. I'm wondering if you talked a lot about the context and the consideration in the entirety of the Danforth study work. Have we determined what the appropriate retention of a Main Street building is?
We don't actually determine that in advance. We let the site characteristics determine what an appropriate conservation response is. I can tell you we have had a couple of, I think, excellent examples of mid-rise coming on to Yonge Street for some of the Main Street Midtown buildings that we had there, on some on Roncesvalles that were already understood to have heritage value. So, and also in the urban design guidelines, there are some very useful sketches for how we perceived that integration to be happening where a property was determined to be worthy of designation, which is a whole other level of review.
I'm going to wrap it up here, but last question, and it's a little bit specific. Out of that 25% or the 165 odd buildings that we have listed here, do we know how many of those are mid-block versus in the street wall versus on the ends of a block?
It is quite possible we do know that because we've been analyzing every bit of this, but I'm going to kick this over to Tamara Anson-Cartwright to answer that question. I'm not sure if we have that answer. We can certainly get it for her. We don't. Tamara, are you there?
I am here. Councillor, we have really looked at this as the streetscape itself. If we have a map in front of us, I could have presented that. I'm sorry that I didn't anticipate that question is being presented right now. There is one singular mid-block circumstance that's near the Shoppers World on the north side of Danforth. That one I know is an exclusive one, but otherwise I'd have to look at the map, which I didn't know that question would be being asked. I apologize.
That's okay. It's a weird question. The reason I ask is I think, a lot of these sort of scattered individual listings in the midst of a block in an urban context with very shallow lots on an avenue on top of a subway where we're directing intensification and mid-rise development certainly becomes more challenging if you are assembling parcels and trying to deliver more housing there. If you have a random listing or two inside a block. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, those are all my questions. Appreciate the chair giving me the time.
No, committees, we try to get to the truth of things. Are there any other questions of staff? No? Councillor Bradford, the floor is yours. How would you like to proceed?
Well, I'm going to speak. I'm going to be moving the recommendations in the report here, but may need to work on this at council. If I can just speak, there are some systemic challenges, I think, with our heritage process that the city is trying to fix. Right now, we typically have a study that's taken place, as we heard here, in the case of the Danforth Avenue study several years ago, but the technical work to list the properties hasn't happened. And it's happening today. It's happening right now, several years later. But that means when an application comes forward, it's very ad hoc, whether the city has a prospective applicant catching the fact that a property was deemed, in fact, to have heritage value and a heritage study. So that's a problem. So having a study without a listing can slow down our development process, or it can land us in a situation like we had at Stollery's a number of years ago, where the building and the developer flew through and pulled the demo permits, and we lost a beautiful historic building. Not a good outcome. I think what that highlights is the planning process is very complex. There are a lot of often competing interests, and putting a policy framework that responds to all of that is a challenge. I think what we have is a swinging of the pendulum to compensate for that challenge that I just outlined. And I'm not sure, I'm not sure if we've actually got that right. There are players who act in bad faith, and then government responds. And, sometimes we have a big course correction. And when we're looking at 165 listings on Danforth, nearly 1,000 across the city in a batch listing format, that's a big correction. To me, it kind of reminds me legislatively of like an omnibus bill. And a lot of folks don't love the omnibus bills. People talk about how challenging those are. It would be nearly impossible to actually do the type of review. And we heard the previous item and Councillor Wong Tam looking at those items. It would be nearly impossible to actually do the kind of review and have any oversight over 165 properties coming forward on Danforth or nearly 1,000 across Toronto. It's just a reality. We don't have the capacity to do that, certainly as planners and as councillors, and we don't have the capacity, residents don't have the capacity to do that either. So planning is about collaboration, compromise, and trade-offs. Communities and councillors have a big role in setting those priorities. In some instances, it's heritage. On some properties, it's absolutely heritage. We have some fantastic pieces that have become real assets and form the character of an entire neighborhood. Those assets exist across the city. But right now, amidst our housing crisis and all the pressure that we have here in Toronto related to housing, I think our priority also needs to be very much focused and committed on affordability as well. And batch listings, of course, put heritage on the table, but we still have to work out the issues site by site. I think we heard from the deputants today, there's a lot of concern around the process. I'm very concerned around the process of this, to be honest with you. I don't think that was good. I don't think that was well done. I don't think it's great that this showed up in someone's mailbox last week. I don't think it's great that, we mailed it on the day that these reports went online. But, it takes days in the mail and then you get around to checking it. And folks aren't watching this. They're living their day-to-day lives. They're busy. They're working. They have kids. And yet there are real implications and you might want to know about it. And the notion that we expect that folks have been following the Danforth Avenue planning study, as beautiful and fantastic as that was, and I think it's a great piece of work, that you were following that from years ago and you made that connection and connected the dots. You had it on your fridge and said, oh yeah, at some point this is going to be listed and I want to have a say in that. come on, that's just not real. It's not fair. And I don't like that process. So I think that, again, I'm going to close here. We have a lot of balancing, a lot of competing interests. We are talking about Danforth Avenue, where a lot of the buildings are 2 stories, sitting on top of billions of dollars of subway lines. You know, the city espouses our need to do mid-rise. We want to do intensification around transit. And yet this will add a very real challenge to assemble sites, to bring things forward, projects that allow us to do the elusive mid-rise buildings that we just haven't seen prolifically across the entire city of Toronto. That just hasn't happened in a big way, certainly not as much as we see. This will make that harder. And that's the reality of what's in front of us today. So thanks again to Lauren and Preeti for taking the time to speak with us. I'm sure if folks were following this more closely, we would have more speakers, but we will probably continue to deal with this in the months and years ahead. That's it from me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On the item then, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 21.23, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register. 188, 190, 200, 209, 210, 211, 212, 221 Berkeley Street and 210 Ontario Street. There's a communication from Preservation Board as well. There are no deputants. Councillor Wong, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report as well as the recommendation coming from the Preservation Board, which supports the recommendations in the staff report. And I just want to speak very quickly on this because it was raised in by the deputants in item just preceding this that perhaps the heritage listing will devalue the property. And I want to be really clear that in the experiences that I've had, having the privilege and honor of representing some of the older parts of the city of Toronto where we do have strong preservation of heritage assets, whether it's in Cabbagetown, perhaps, or even in the communities of Yorkville, which I had the privilege of representing in my prior 2 terms, or in Rosedale. That has not been the case. That has not ever been the case where we've seen the heritage value and designation of those properties diminish the values overall of a community. If anything, Mr. Chair, it actually reinforces how valuable those assets are, especially when they're assembled together in a clustering effect that protects and fortifies the identity of a neighborhood. And I just thought I would say that much because I do think that there's a misunderstanding and some mythology that if your property is listed or designated with heritage protection, that somehow it's been devalued. There's no findings whatsoever to that. Unless what you want to do is tear it down and build a condominium tower. In that case, we do recognize that not every single site should be a tall building site. Which I believe is a bit of a false dichotomy here, because that's not what staff are trying to prevent. Staff are simply trying to protect heritage assets in the city if they do have heritage value. If they don't, they'll let them go. And that's what these reports and bachelor's things do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak on the item? All those in favor, opposed, carried. TE 21. Item 50. Members, earlier in the day when we were doing the agenda rundown, we pulled out item 52 as it was also a heritage item and we wanted to consider all the heritage items together. So I'm going to move to item TE 21.52, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, Ossington Avenue properties. And again, there is a 52A, which is from Preservation Board. I have no deputants listed on the item. Councillor Layton, this is Councillor Cressy, so I'll give the floor to you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it actually is only fitting because I think I started the process to undertake a heritage review in our planning study of Ossington Avenue at this location. So I'm quite happy to pass to move the recommendations from staff and the Heritage Board.
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. And may I say I admire your shirt. Okay, so are there any questions of the mover? No? Anyone else to speak? No? All those in favor? Taking a sip of your coffee counts as being in favor. Opposed? That carries. Okay, back to where we were on the agenda order. TE 21.25, residential demolition application. Sorry? Oh, sorry. TE 21.24. For those of you who have never been the chair of a committee with Ellen's assistance, it's a constant process of having the clerk minorly correct your course so that you stay where you're going. Okay. Item TE 21.24, residential demolition application, 647 Huron Street. We have two deputants listed. First, Marina Zogalis. Marina? Hi, Marina. So welcome. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for having me here. I'm a tenant of the basement apartment right next door to the building proposed to be demolished. I'm at 676 Huron Street, and my husband and I have lived there since 2015. I had an aggressive form of leukemia twice, unfortunately. The second time resulted in me needing to get a bone marrow transplant, which I did last year. As such, my immune system is basically the immune system of like a newborn baby. So I have to be careful in terms of certain things. One of the main things near the top of the list, my doctor has warned me about, is to be far away from construction at all times. Currently, we do have a building that's under construction across the street, but that's a good 40, 50 feet away. As long as I don't walk on that side of the street, okay. But a house being demolished right next door to me would be disastrous, as there's barely 7 feet in between the two buildings. I can almost reach and touch them both at the same time. And I'm in a basement apartment. Should the house be demolished, there would be the issue of things, all the chemicals, the dust, possibly mold and things like that, which my doctor has warned me about many times as well. I've a whole bone marrow transplant team, and they've been, they said that would not be safe for me to live next door to that, no matter how it was done. Like, I know they'd be following safety regulations and being covered by a tarp, but it would still find its way into the air and into my apartment, which is just next to it in the basement. So yes, this could be potentially lethal for me. And if that happened, I would not be able to stay here. However, I financially am not in a position to move, nor would it be that safe for me to do so during the pandemic and my having had the transplant and being a little quite a bit more susceptible to certain viruses. Last time I spoke to the council about this was in July, and I learned from what their agent, the people who bought the house, that they are apparently the people who bought the house are doctors. So I was hoping they'd be a little more sympathetic to my situation. Even if they're not oncologists, hoping they kind of understand the issues with having a bone marrow transplant. So it's a little unfortunate that I need to be back here defending myself a second time. But I actually find it quite concerning considering they're doctors. But hopefully they'll understand how dangerous and potentially lethal this would be for me should the house be demolished right next door. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak.
And thank you, Marina, for sharing that with us. Are there any questions? No? Okay. I'm going to go to the next deputant then. Sandra Cicera.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Sandra. Welcome.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. Please start when you're ready.
Okay, well, with respect, Mr. Chair and council members, I don't really have any comments. There is none to make. I mean, she has cancer. But I'm here as a representative of the homeowners, as the builder, so I would be the one taking the house down to answer any questions that you may have for us.
Okay. Are there any questions? Councillor Layton?
Yeah, could you give us an idea of what steps will be taken in order to help to address the issue of the impact on adjacent neighbors?
Oh, absolutely. So we do have a substance report. So it's a requirement for your demolition permit to actually get a substance report. And there are no substances in the house that are on the list. So there's 7: asbestos, mercury, that sort of thing. There is some caulking around the front door that has some asbestos that will be removed with the type 1, what they call a type 1. So they'll block off the area and remove it. And otherwise, we'll be putting up a fence and putting up tarps, and we'll be watering down the silica that might be released when we actually knock down the house. I also would like to say that we actually wanted to leave the structure. We went to the Committee of Adjustments because we had 5 variances that were related to the structure that's there. So it's too close to the lot line, it's too close to the front. So we had 5 variances. We were denied at committee in July, as Ms. Margolis said. So we changed our drawings to comply. And then when we went to go apply, we got our permits in September. When we actually got our permits, they said we had to put up the sign for the demolition. So we tried to leave the structure up. We weren't allowed to. So here we are.
Further questions? No? Okay. Councillor Layton, the floor is yours.
I've got a question of staff.
Okay, question of staff.
Just a permit has been issued to build. Why do we have this in front of us here today? Because normally when we have a report like this, it says either deny the application to demolish or approve it with conditions. This doesn't give me that option to deny. There's nothing, like it's either approved without conditions or approved with conditions. Someone tell me why this is here.
Is there any staff from Toronto Buildings?
From Toronto Buildings. The
Kamal?
reason why this is in front of City Council, Community Council right now is because Toronto Building received an objection letter. And in accordance with Chapter 363, when Toronto Building receives an objection letter in relation to a demolition permit, only Community Council has the authority to then approve it. We're not able to deny the permit because a building permit for a replacement building has been submitted, and that permit is issued as of right, but the owner is unable to demolish the existing house until Community Council has either approved this or approved it with conditions.
So we don't actually have an option here to deny.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. And I don't think there are any more questions. So to speak, I have a motion.
Are there any other questions? No? Over to Councillor Yozarian. It's from Catch 22, because you're in a Catch 22.
Okay. It's been a while since I read that book. Sorry, Professor Burks. I have a motion, and this is to add to, this is essentially recommendation to the approval with conditions, but I've added an additional condition on the advice of staff or with the help of staff that the owner shall take any necessary measures throughout construction to limit dust, noise, vibrations, and other construction impacts on the neighboring properties during demolition and construction. To Marina, if you're still on the line, I totally understand. Well, I like to think that I could understand about some of what you're going through. These are hard days for you on the best of days. I'm sure, having lived through several parents with cancer and going through treatment. Unfortunately, there is no position here to deny the application. to demolish the building. The new building permits have been issued. We have a requirement to do it. I hope that by adding a third condition, that compels the owners and the development team to take every measure necessary to limit the impact on your life, on your quality of life, as well as on your health. Because I really am I'm distressed to hear about how much of an impact this will have on you, and I'm sorry that there's no other options that seem to be available to us to limit the impacts to you in this case. We have added an additional condition on, but I'm sure, having lived next to construction before, I know that the impacts are significant even under the best circumstances. So I do hope that you and your neighbors come to some agreements about how they can limit the impacts to you. And I would urge them, and with the other speaker to the file, I would urge you to do everything you can, because we will not hesitate to pick up the phone, call a building inspector to send them down to the site for anything that we hear that's happening that's having too significant an impact on the neighbors. So I urge you just to do your best in this case, and then do 10 times better. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak on Councillor Layton's motions and the item as a package? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 21.25, residential demolition application for Howard Street. There are no deputants listed. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move the motion which adopts recommendation number 3, which is to approve the demolition of this 3-story structure. And there is a series of conditions that go along with that, including making sure that the site is in debris-free condition and made safe with fencing afterwards. And of course, that the hole is backfilled with clean fill. And just recognizing that, the request to demolish this house was considered only after staff had evaluated that it was probably in the best case to take it down. The site was not safe, and it was probably very difficult to make it safe. So this is probably the most straightforward path forward, and I want to thank staff for the report here today.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 21.26, application to remove a private tree, 225 Douglas Drive. I have one speaker listed, Ryan Kuths. Ryan, are you with us?
Hello, Ryan. You've been granted audio. Please connect your mic in order to speak.
Ryan? Final call, Ryan?
Good afternoon, Sean Dillon.
Hello, Ryan. Welcome.
Hi there.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you so much, councillors. Yeah, my name is Ryan Coos. And I'm a certified arborist in Ontario. Journeyman arborist number 444A C11285. I run a boutique-sized tree service in Toronto for about 20 years now. I've seen many situations and scenarios, and normally do not attend council or committee meetings regarding tree permits, especially tree permits that have been rejected. In this case, I felt compelled to speak as we strongly felt that this instance missed the spirit of the bylaw. I want to make it clear that when we meet with our clients initially, we always try to steer them towards a good outcome. And I've handled many permits and put them through the city departments. And if I feel that a permit's going to be denied, I'll strongly urge people to not apply or be prepared for disappointment. So if that was the case here, we thought that this permit would be issued. Just to speak to one particular thing about the different departments in forestry, I feel as though sometimes the downtown area is administered a little more strictly than the boroughs of Etobicoke, North York, or Scarborough. And that just might be owing to the fact that there's many more trees as you leave the downtown core. But the subject tree is a Norway maple. It measures 34.9 centimeters. And the reason for removal is for the construction of a swimming pool, which adds a lot of value, especially during this time of COVID, when the owner wants to entertain their children and keep their children occupied with healthy activities. So my colleague Jared wrote a pretty comprehensive rebuke of the city staff recommendation, and it was based on two main points. One being the condition of the tree is actually deteriorated from the time when the initial arborist report was sent out. We did send a written document that was shared with the councillors regarding this, and there's a wound at the base which is decaying, and there's some evidence of insect frass. So we argued that the tree will not provide value to the canopy for many, many years to come. More importantly, Norway maples are an invasive species, and removing invasive trees is an important strategy to enhancing our urban and natural forests. Some municipalities, Newmarket jumps to mind, they require the removal of invasives as a requirement on development sites. So not only is Norway maple invasive, but it is overrepresented, not allowing for a diversity of species. My client has been very thoughtful throughout this process. She's willing to, replant to the city's satisfaction or provide planting and cash in lieu so other trees could be planted in parklands or on boulevards. I know and appreciate the City of Toronto has a mandate to reach 40% tree canopy by 2050. I believe this end will be met with broader measures, i.e. retaining more soil space on large-scale development sites, finding ways to install more street trees, keeping lawn equipment away from trees in parks and green spaces, and a commitment to purchasing school sites that are in disuse, and also stronger ravine stewardship, not rigidly controlling how property owners with larger backyards choose to utilize their space. It's an important piece of the puzzle, but perhaps too much energy is spent on it. I'm sure you have many of these come before you, and I know it's normal for council to support the city staff, but I really hope I was heard today. And I hope you appreciate how nuanced these matters are and how the bylaw sometimes misses the point. And that's really the extent of my comments.
Thank you. Are there questions for the deputy? No, I have a couple of questions for the deputy.
Sure.
Sorry, what size tree did you say it was? What did you say the diameter measurement was?
34.9 centimeters.
So you dispute the city staff report that says that it's 40 centimeters?
Sorry, the tree number 5 is not the one is 34.9, one is 41.2. So if I've reversed them, sorry, it's just due to this report in front of me.
No, the one that's in front of us, city
The
staff.
dispute is 41.2 centimeters.
The one that's before us, city staff say it's 40 centimeters. Do you dispute that?
I don't dispute it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And the written report we have from you describes the tree to be in good condition, both structurally and botanically. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
No.
No, on the subsequent visit, this has been in front of the forestry department for a long time. We made another visit prior to this council meeting, And given the defect on the base of the tree, we
So
listed the condition
I'm
of
sorry,
the
I asked my
structure.
question quite precisely. The written report we have from you describes the tree to be in good condition, both structurally and botanically. I'm not asking if you've driven by lately and changed your opinion. I'm asking about the report that was submitted as part of the application. It describes the tree to be in good condition, structurally and botanically, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Finally, you said that you find the decisions of staff downtown to be more restrictive, and then you described at some length that this particular species is one that you think we should be replacing, and I certainly agree with you, we shouldn't be planting them new. Are you finding anywhere in the city where you can wander in and say, it's a Norway maple, waive the bylaw?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Those are the questions I had. Thank you so much for your deputation today. Are there any other questions? Councillor Layton?
I have questions of staff.
Okay. Ryan, thank you for attending today and sharing your advice with us. There are no other deputants. Councillor Layton, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Just to staff, the deputant said it had been quite a while since the city evaluated the tree. Can you tell me how long it's been?
Yeah, through the chair, it's Nick Trevison with Urban Forestry. I recall our site inspection for this site to be back in June 12th.
Okay, so measured in months, not years, right?
Yes.
The language of the staff report is a little bit, I'd say a little bit weaker than I normally read. It says it's determined, it was found at the time of inspection that it was healthy and maintainable. It doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence. Can you assure me that the tree is in fair, if not good condition?
Through the chair, yes, the tree was assessed to be healthy and maintainable during that site visit, and we maintain that it's still as such.
Do you think in the time frame between now and your assessment that anything significant would have changed or could have changed?
Through the chair, no. We believe the condition of the tree to be no different than what we assessed it back in June.
Okay, thank you very much. To speak.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll move the staff recommendations to deny the request to remove the private tree. I tell you, at the beginning of that deputation, based on the pictures that I saw, I actually reached out to the clerk to suggest maybe we go back and take another look. By the end of that deputation, I had been sold in the opposite direction, that there's clearly one reason why they want to remove this tree, and that's so that they can install a swimming pool. And I don't blame them. These are big lots. Pools are nice to have. And certainly I would appreciate having one too in my backyard. And that's not the reason why I'm objecting to the removal of this tree, because I think someone would get something that I wouldn't. I'm rejecting because it's good city policy to have a good, strong canopy in the city. I'm saying no because we were told that from day one, the reason why the tree wanted to be removed was the swimming pool, not the health of the tree. And that's a major issue here. We can't allow people to prove that a public good isn't being served, i.e. this tree, and therefore should be removed so that a private good can be actually achieved, which was the original intent from day one. I would urge the applicant to find another way to ensure that their family can have a safe and enjoyable outdoor space, but not harm the natural environment in that same course. I tell you, I'm quite happy to know that our staff in the downtown area are more strictly following the bylaw. Kudos to you. And I think that you'd hear that loud and clear from the councillors on this community council. And in fact, I would challenge other areas and managers of the areas to take that crown from you, because you should be proud that you're strong advocates for our tree canopy and standing up like the good Loraxes that you are. I would also say that I don't think there's anyone on this community council that would be convinced by the argument that we should spend less time protecting existing trees and more time trying to use every other method to only protect them on public property, but stay off of people's private property or backyards. I don't think there's anyone on that on this committee that argument was would buy that argument, and so I think the Deputant should take that back and consider how they wish to present themselves as whatever degree arborists they profess to be, despite the fact that the underlying reason for the removal of this tree was a swimming pool, and that didn't change, I think, as a result. So I'm going to stick with the staff staff recommendation to deny the request, and I hope that the applicant reflects on that and perhaps finds a different way to make an improvement on their property that their family can enjoy and allow them to enjoy that beautiful tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. On Councillor Layton's motion to deny, all those in favor, opposed, carried. That takes us to item TE 21.27, application to remove a city-owned tree at 222 Monroe Street. I have no deputants listed. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher, you have the floor.
I just am looking at this.
I'm very sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, how about now?
That's better.
Thank you. I just want to, there's no deputants, I'm just going to ask the staff that on this, the Committee of Adjustment indicated, the person went to the Committee of Adjustment and then came back to have the tree removed. And the committee decision, could you clarify, is that only the committee recommendation will only proceed if the tree is removed. Is that correct? Perhaps planning can answer that.
Do we have anyone who can answer that question from staff?
Yeah, so Nick Trevison, Urban Forestry, I can jump in if planning is not. Through the chair.
Well, I'm quite interested in planning being there and understanding.
Perhaps we can hear Nick's answer and see if it's satisfactory, and then if we need someone from planning, we can call.
Go right ahead. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. So that's all right. Through the chair, the minor variances were approved at the Committee of Adjustment. We recommended the condition that the applicant apply for a city tree removal permit. We had recommended also to the committee that they refuse a minor variance associated with front yard landscaping. That variance was approved despite our recommendation for refusal.
Sorry, and what was the minor variance, please?
It related to, front yard landscaping.
Meaning taking the tree out?
A reduction in the percentage of front yard landscaping. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but.
I see. Okay. That would be after the tree was removed. Is that correct or not?
So, well, correct. Yes, it was our view that the variance would have necessitated the removal of the city tree. Therefore, we recommended refusal of that variance.
Essentially, the front yard is the city right of way. Would I be right to say that?
It's my understanding that the committee's jurisdiction is just private property. And so that variance speaks to only the percentage front yard landscaping on private property.
All right. How much private property was there? Do you have an idea?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand, Councillor Fletcher.
What percentage of the frontage is right of way and what percentage of the frontage is is private property?
Gotcha. Unfortunately, I don't have that information in front of me.
So I think I'm still trying to go back to planning, Mr. Chair, that really has to do with in order to accomplish, and I don't know who's there that can answer this because this seems to be a perennial issue. And like somebody from planning, maybe Ms. McDonald, if she's on the line, please.
Okay, give me a moment to see what we can do. Is there anyone from planning currently on? I think we've dealt with most of the planning issues. Yes? Linda McDonald is not with us. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, I have two options for you. We can either proceed with the item and you could follow up the planning matters offline, or we could go to the remaining items. I should tell you that while there's a fair number of them, they're mostly just the member letters that we tend to get through fairly quickly, and I'm not sure we'd be able to get anybody.
I see. Well, let me just proceed then.
We'll proceed? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll give you the floor.
I'm going to move because this is a very old and beautiful silver maple that I'll just ask one more question to Nicholas. And the Committee of Adjustment, were they aware that of your assessment of the city tree and your predisposition not to chop it down?
Through the chair, yes, we wrote a memo to that effect that we were recommending refusal of the minor variance relating to front yard landscaping, and that even if approved, the variances were approved at committee, that urban forestry would not support the removal of the city tree.
So thank you. That's very clear, and I appreciate that. I am going to be supporting the forestry, urban forestry, and the refusal to chop this tree down. It's a very old, very big silver maple. It's a natural species. And so that'll be my motion, Mr. Chair. But what I am concerned about is the amount of time now that we're spending on something which really what should have come first is, can I chop the tree down? Because if you're able to chop the tree down, then the Committee of Adjustment realistically can hear this application as a full application. You have all the permissions that you need in order to build the building the way you'd like it. The fact that we've spent a lot of time, all the planners looked at this, it all went to C of A, then they put a condition, now it's back here and now it's back again. What a lot of wasted time. And really quite a lot of just disrespect, I'm going to say, of the process. And I know that we've had this conversation about front yard parking, approving things based on front yard parking, approving this based on the tree coming down, even when urban forestry has told the Committee of Adjustment that they will not support the removal of this tree. Something is wrong here. And I'm not upset, I'm just concerned that on this matter, which is actually a C of A matter, that nobody from planning is with us. So I'm not going to defer this, but Mr. Chair, I would like to be able to have that question at the next Toronto and East York Community Council in some way, to have an explanation as to why this has to proceed. And if we could bundle up a number of these issues regarding the Committee of Adjustment and the amount of make work that it causes, and the fact that really, I would suggest that Committee of Adjustment should say, well, get your permissions, and then we can certainly look at your, we can look at it. The same as just about anything else that you have to do at the city. So we have this strange situation where with trees and front yard parking, the committee is making all kinds of decisions and then saying, oh, but go and get your, but only if you get permission. Really and truly, get your permission and then don't waste everybody's time. If you're not getting that permission, then design something that fits with what you can do on that property. I feel pretty strongly about that, and looking for your guidance as to how we can get information on this, Mr. Chair. It's not the first time this has happened. No. It's not going to be the last time. So.
Okay, Councillor. So if I understand you correctly, your intention is to move the item today, so we can't defer it and then get additional information attached to a deferred version of the report. The two pathways that I can suggest is either putting an item via letter onto the agenda of planning and housing, or the next meeting of Toronto East York Community Council. Now, there would be some time delay because we'd have to get the direction to staff to produce the information approved, but we would get to an answer. I can tell you that we have approved direction to have a working group of staff provide us for information and perhaps some remedies having to do with parking pads and the Committee of Adjustment. But the tree issue is a little different. So again, given that you want to dispose of this item here, the way forward, in my view, would be either a letter to the next TEYCC or the next Planning and Housing. I'm sorry, your microphone is off.
I could defer it, but we would have to wait quite a while. And I think that they should have surety on what they're able to build or not. This will go to council, I believe, so perhaps we can get that done at council too.
Okay, that's another option. I hadn't thought of that.
Yes, I think everybody's on alert now.
Okay.
And we may have to do the same thing around trees, which the city actually owns and has a dispensation over compared to just putting in a parking pad.
So can I leave it in your hands to alert the planning department that you would want those answers?
Please, yes.
Okay.
Full alert.
You're very capable hands.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So with that out of the way, Councillor Fletcher has moved the staff advice to deny. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, members, that takes us all the way forward to item 53. We're now dealing with the letters that were submitted as new business. Give me a moment to get my various documents in order here. Okay. First up, item TE 21.53, a Rundle Avenue stop sign. Councillor Fletcher.
Extremely happy to move that we install this stop sign and make this street so much safer.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 21.54, encroachment, 585 Church Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe there may still be a speaker registered on this item. I'm not sure if...
I don't know how we would have had a speaker registered.
There was one, but no one was saying that the person is not on.
So we've just checked with the IT staff, and there is no one on the line for this item currently. So if they did register, but one moment, we're just double checking. No, there's no one. Yeah.
Okay, then thank you very much. I'm happy to move a motion to amend the staff report.
This is not a staff report. This is a letter from you, Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's right. Yes,
okay.
Thank you. Well, it's at the request of staff that we're helping them with this. So, so my motion is to adopt the recommendation in the first portion. So recommendation 1 should proceed, but also to slightly amend recommendation 2 and to approve the encroachment. Ask the general manager of transportation services to enter into an encroachment agreement with the business operator at 585 Church Street, which is Church Street Espresso, and also to provide an expiration date and to allow for an option to renew. And the reason being, Mr. Chair, is that I would just want to make it very clear is that as the report, as the recommendation stands right now, the GM of transportation has the discretion of canceling the permit at any given time. And I think that it would probably be in the best interest of the business owner if they were given a little bit more sort of certainty of what it is that they are being given for how long that they'll have this opportunity to enclose an outdoor patio, and to the guaranteed terms that they can come back to this particular body to have that patio encroachment, but also enclosure then to be extended upon through a process that we can all see, but it is also clearly accountable to the community. And through that, Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you for the support of the committee in advance.
Okay. All those in favor of we'll take the amendment and the original letter all together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.55, improvements to Bathurst Street and Harbord Street intersection. Councillor Layton.
So I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.56, reopen item TE 14.38, construction staging area, 112 College Street. First on the motion to reopen. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Layton, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I believe there are some recommendations in my letter that I'd like to move.
Okay. All those in favor of the recommendations in the letter, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.57, traffic light Dufferin Street at Goodwood Avenue and Cloverlawn Avenue. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Chair. Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.58. Oh no, we've done those. Item TE 21.60, parking amendments, Western Battery Road. Councillor Cressy, I see you're back with us. You have the floor.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.61, parking amendments, Camden Street. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.62, authority to enter into a design services funding agreement with the Toronto Community Housing Corporation and to transfer funds for the design of St. Jamestown Open Space, Public Realm and Ontario South Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can you give me the item number again, please?
62, this is the St. Jamestown Public Space, Open Space.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you very much. I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report.
In your letter?
Yes, in my letter. Sorry, Mr. Chair. The item just preceding that was 555 Church Street. That was a staff report. This is my letter.
Oh, weird. They come to us as letters. Okay. So you're just moving this. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 21.63. My understanding is that we have to add this to the agenda and then withdraw it, which is just. Oh, it was added. So now I understand there's a motion to withdraw. Okay. All those on the motion to withdraw? Opposed, if any? That carries. Item TE 21.64, 58 Linsmore Crescent. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. This is trying to find out how we got
Just
in.
fine. Let me just in the committee.
Councillor Cressy, your microphone is on. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, do we have a thing here?
Go ahead.
We're good?
We're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm not sure how much staff can answer of this, but this is, it's one of those messy ones where I've actually had to come to the committee to find out what has gone on at this location regarding the tree, regarding permits, regarding tree protection. So I'm hoping that I'm sorry to do this, but it's the only way that I could get a kind of, what I'll say, comprehensive story, despite emailing constantly and asking for information. It's been hard to come by, so I felt this is the only way I will get that.
Okay. So,
information people are asking for.
so this will cause a report to come in January, and we can answer those questions then. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried.
And I think Linsmore is spelled incorrectly here. Might be my fault. It's one N.
We're okay? Okay. Item TE 21.65, all-way stop, Roundtree Avenue and Chambers Avenue. This is our last item, members. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Chair, and I move the recommendations in the letter. Thank you so much.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried. If I could get the bills motion on the screen. I move that Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills 1011 to 1039 prepared for the December 2nd, 2020 meeting 21 of the Community Council. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I move that the Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 21 on December 2nd, 2020. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Members, thank you very much. That completes our business for the day.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bradford, I'm going to be calling you.
Ring my bell.
Oh boy, that sounds like fun. Maybe you can conference us all in. Thank you very much to the support from IT and clerks. Again, you made me look good despite my flaws.
There are no flaws, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Take care.